next 5 minutes.
Bom dia. Good morning. Buenos dias. Please have your seats.
Disponible para los todo va a pasar aquí en esta sala, entonces van a escuchar una gran variedad de especialistas de alto nivel discutiendo tópicos importantes como la inversión de impacto, la bioeconomía, inclusión social, Amazonía, cambios climáticos. No sé si ustedes, pero yo estoy muy animada con estas discusiones y esperamos que todos ustedes les guste. A las 9 de la noche en el Teatro del Amazonas, en un espacio cultural precioso en Manaos que todos deben visitar cuando están en esta ciudad. Es precioso y a ustedes les va a gustar mucho. Vamos a tener transporte del centro de convenciones para el centro de Manaos o para los principales hoteles. Es importante que usen la identificación de ustedes para la entrada de ustedes en el cóctel. Es importante que vayan. De BID y que está por atrás de la coordinación de ese maravilloso evento.
Señoras y señores,
Dear guests and friends, good morning. My name is Leonardo Mazei. On behalf of BID Invest, it is an honor to welcome you for the 22nd
de la
edition
Semana de
of
la
the Sustainability Week.
Sostenibilidad.
I'd like to thank all the people from Manaus
Agradecer a todos los managuaras por abrir las puertas y al equipo del gobierno del Amazonas.
Our host, who has been
Es
fundamental
una ayuda que ha sido fundamental para hacer ese evento posible. Agradecemos también a los más de 40 patrocinadores que traen el apoyo fundamental.
To thank the whole team for the ratification commitment to the event, the partnership of the BID group with the state of Amazonas. We'd like to thank you on behalf of the governor, Oisonima. But well, I know I still have many Portuguese classes to take, so I would like to excuse to pass on to English.
From over 40 countries. So to all of you that are here, thank you for your engagement. Sustainability Week is a milestone for impact investing for Manaus, for the Amazon, and for the region. It is much more than an event. It is a business and knowledge platform for global and regional leaders to connect with the principal community of doers in development finance, impact investing, ESG, to develop and adopt ambitious sustainability solutions and to nurture tangible business opportunities. As we get started, let's remind ourselves for a second why we're here today. Latin America and the Caribbean are at a pivotal crossroads. We face formidable challenges, including inequality, poverty, low growth, and relentless impacts of climate change, as we saw just a few weeks ago. That is why the choice of Manaus is not just symbolic. The choice of Manaus is also practical. It is from here in the Amazon that many of the solutions that the world needs will come from. For the private sector, investing in sustainability in the Amazonia means contributing to the preservation of an essential ecosystem while exploring new frontiers for balanced development. For no other reasons, the IDB group launched Amazonia Forever, a holistic regional approach that coordinates actions that place the biome and the people that live in it at the center of the development opportunities that we want to finance. Here we unite the voices of doers in development, experts, change makers, from private sector leaders to impact investors, to government leaders, to civil society, to stakeholders and community leaders. All together, we address the challenges that were just mentioned by Janaína. Our goals are clear. We must take concrete steps and to support sustainable business model, promote the exchange of ideas that can benefit the sharing of best practices across countries, across sectors, and across industries. but also including all stakeholders in promoting inclusive and sustainable solutions for all. In essence, what we're doing is we're creating a movement to scale impact, underscoring our commitment, like the one of many of our partners, to co-create solutions that can generate tangible benefits for the Amazonia and beyond. During the next 3 days, we will highlight how to embed sustainability at the core of business decision-making, unlocking projects that address our region's most pressing challenges through innovation, job creation, access to finance, sustainable infrastructure, digital transformation, and climate resilience. We shall discuss the role of the private sector as an engine for sustainable growth, a role that is crucial to providing these solutions to global challenges. By harnessing the power of the private sector, we aim to empower businesses and communities. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that the actions that we take this week will reverberate for generations. So together, we can build a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for Latin America and the Caribbean. So, welcome to Sustainability Week 2024. Let's ignite a movement to scale impact. And now I have the honor to introduce to the stage the Governor of the State of Amazonas, His Excellency Wilson Lima, and after him, our CEO and host, James Scriven. Thank you.
Bom dia a todos, sejam todos bem-vindos.
Good morning, all of you, be welcome. Those who are here for the first time, it's a pleasure to welcome you here. And the people of the Amazon gets very happy every time someone comes here to try and understand what's the reality and the complexity of those living in the region, which is a region everybody hears about, everybody talks about, but very few people know what actually happens in here. The world looks at the Amazon by the canopy of the trees and not always is able to see their true roots and those who live here. I'd like to thank
Pela primeira vez está trazendo
for the
este
first time is
evento
bringing this event to the Amazon and at a very opportune moment in which we discuss the sustainability, in which we discuss solutions so we may face climate change. I'd like to greet here James Scriven, who is the CEO of IDB Invest. Also greet Morgan Doherty, who is representative of IDB in Brazil. I'd like to thank all the guests, investors, businessmen, state secretaries who are here, and other authorities. I will quickly talk about the partnerships the state of Amazonas has had with IDB, important partnerships that actually transform and change people's lives. We have some partnerships, including Prosami, Prosai, and also Padeo. Over these last 18 years of partnership with the IDB, we had investments of around $1.4 billion US. Investments that were made for sanitation, for resettlement of families, construction of families' housing, change and transformation of people's life, and the improvement of the quality of the cities. We, for the first time, made a very important investment together with the IDB in the municipality of Maués, which is the Guaraná land. And there, we had a work of sanitation that made the municipality of Maués leave from 0% sewage treatment to 50%. And all that was important. So the municipality of Maués was the further away city in Brazil. So it's possible to see 70 years old gentleman riding a bike in the countryside. Maybe the municipality of Maués has the largest potential of sewer treatment. The project that was delivered to the municipality of Maués also made the municipality to be 100% in that water. It's called me, it said governor. This year, nobody went down to the bottom because they are all left and they are resettled because of this partnership with the IDB. We have another project, Prozai. We are now in the phase of hiring with the IDB, which is a project for the municipality of Parintins, where the Boi Bumbá party takes place, which is the folkloric manifestation of the Amazon. It is a project that will make the municipality of Parintins to go from 0 to 25% in sewer treatment, besides having a direct impact in 5 neighborhoods. We will also recover the shore and water streams in the influence area of the project. And most important, that the municipality of Parintins today drinks a bad quality water. And there we're going to solve this problem of the water. 100% of the municipality. And then we're going to have wells, the deepest wells in the state of Amazonas, wells of 200 meters deep, 220 meters. The first well we have dig and we have quality water, which is the major aquifer of the planet, and the quality water, 100% for the municipality up to the end of the year. By February next year, 100% will have drinking water supply. I am coming here to bear this testimony of the partnership we've had to improve the quality of life of people. And this is fundamental for the sustainability process we want to reach at some moment. There is no way for us to preserve under poverty. We have to provide the basic for the Amazonian citizens. No one in this planet is more interested in preserving this piece of land. Nobody. Our kids were born here, and probably will our grandkids. But the citizen who lives in the forest, the guardian of the forest, the one who truly preserves all these resources, he needs the minimal, he needs the basic. He needs drinking water, health care, education, communication. He needs opportunity. And then I'm talking about job and income generation. And there is no way for us to advance if we do not strengthen the economic activities. There is no sustainability project that will work out if you do not invest in the private sector, if you do not strengthen the economic activities. And then I'm talking about the productive chains. I am talking about small, medium, and large businessmen who left the major cities in other countries to invest here in the Amazon. I am very happy when IDB brings an event like this for us to talk to the private sector, and the private sector is decisive because the job generation, it provides opportunity for the people. It makes a father have access to a private school. It makes so a father will have health insurance for his family, and that decreases the pressure over the state. This is quality of life, and this is opportunity for people. Preservation does not fit with poverty. We have to advance with infrastructure in our region. The state of Amazonas has the most complicated logistics in this country, maybe in the world. We have some projects by the federal government which are the strategic routes for the integration with South America and other countries, Central America, for example, and even North America, because we are very close from the U.S. Out of the 70 strategic routes for the country, 4 of them are in the Amazonian region. So I'd like to talk to the IDB so we may make all and every effort to provide the necessary attention. To finish my talk, I have to mention and thank the Minister of Infrastructure, who today is showing a report that shows the feasibility of 319 road from the point of view of infrastructure and also sustainability and environmental development, and from the government every commitment of providing all the environmental conditions so the natural resources over the road and the areas may be preserved. But in order to guarantee a right which is fundamental for the Amazonian people, which is the right to go back and forth. I wish you a good week. Be welcome. The people of Amazonas is a very warm people, and return whenever you want. God bless all of you.
Somos chamados neste lugar.
We are called to this place at this moment for a reason. We must follow the sounds, the way, the leadership. This is the Brazil nut tree.
Enquanto assume o papel central como colaboradora máxima da Amazônia, somos convidados a nos inspirar em sua sabedoria. Essa árvore depende de sua rede para
This tree depends on its network to grow, reproduce, and reach the top of the Amazon forest. It trusts in the berry orchids that grow around it to attract networks that are very specific. Later, they will deliver what is necessary for reproduction. But in the future of its species, in the paws and teeth of agriculture, a small rodent that breaks the hard shell of the seed and hides in the forest, the leftovers. Those leftovers will become new nut trees, and thus the cycle goes on. We were taught to believe the Amazon is hard, implacable, but this is.
futuro melhor. Apesar dos índices de crescimento econômico significativos das últimas décadas, a América Latina e o Caribe ainda enfrentam enormes desafios econômicos, ambientais e sociais. Não há espaço para espera. Não há espaço para hesitação. Precisamos agir. As abordagens tradicionais para o desenvolvimento econômico estão mudando. positivas para as comunidades locais. Significa...
view to the city of Manaus. When I
levantar sua mão, quantos de vocês já começaram? Quantos de vocês é a primeira vez na Amazônia? Isso responde a sua pergunta, é um prazer estar aqui. Bem-vindo. Eu vou compartilhar
a few ideas of what you're going to live through the next 3-4 days. One, why did we choose Manaus? We chose Manaus because it's a city like no other. This is where you witness the meetings of the water. This is the most diverse rainforest in the world. This is where all the research around the Amazon is actually happening. This is truly called the mother of the gods. Why Sustainability Week? For many of you, this is the first time, but we started about 20 years ago. It was only a group of 6 people gathering around and sharing opportunities to be able to have an impact on sustainability. Today, physically over here in Manaus, you're about 900 people. There's about 15,000 people connected online. The idea is to learn, to listen, to exchange, and come out of this reignited with an idea of what should be happening in this region. As it was referred to by Leon Many, this is an idea of co-creation. The governor has said many It's very difficult to come from outside and impose ideas over here. It's more important to physically be over here, get a much better understanding of what it means to do. So over here, we're together to scale our impact. Why the Amazon? I don't have to sell you the Amazon. You know the Amazon quite well. I wanted to share with you some ideas. One, this is a unique space where all the challenges in our continent come together. I'm going to have to go over there. 40% fresh water of Latin America and the Caribbean is actually produced over here. This is considered the lung of the world. It absorbs 20% of the emissions in the entire planet. It's home for 50 million people. And only in Brazil, the Amazon region. No. Improvisando. Only over here, I don't know if this is going to work. Only over here, the Amazon registers over 1.5 million formal companies. Vamos a volver ahí. Improvisando. Okay. Yes, because I need that. Okay. The Amazon rainforest sustains our lives. 9 countries. Okay, this should work. No esperaba un aplauso con eso, pero bueno. ¿Cómo? No importa. The Amazon sustains our lives. It connects us. 9 countries represent the Amazon basin, of which many of you are sitting over here together with us. It's one of our most valuable treasures. What we're here for is to generate 3 objectives. 1, preserving the Amazon. 2, generating, as the governor said, generating positive opportunities for local communities. And 3rd, ensuring future generations positive impact. A lot has happened since our first Sustainability Week. The more frequent and severe climate actions are affecting us. CO2 emissions have increased, greater level of food insecurity, and public health that we all have experienced. Last year, the Amazon rainforest experienced its worst drought in record history. That is a true testimony that the Amazon basin is reaching what we call our tipping point. I also wanted to take a minute to address what has been one of the largest tragedies in this continent, that was last month's flooding in Rio Grande do Sul. And I wanted to express the loss of lives, flora and fauna, livelihood and physical infrastructure that is actually happening. And with that, I do want a round of applause for all the ones that are working, particularly in this area. But despite all that, I'm very optimistic. We do believe that our continent does lead the transition for renewable energy, promotes biodiversity, improves food security. We have an impact to reach a movement to increase sustainable. We're over here to boost sustainability and protect the forest and its biodiversity. These challenges are bigger than us. And then I wanted to talk about the concept of partnership and why we're all over here. Not one can solve this, not one country can solve this, and how we come together to be able to produce partnerships, to be able to work together. And this is extremely important because we need to think locally, act globally, and implement differently. And with that, I wanted to start with the mention that Leo did about the initiative of the IDB group called Amazon Forever, that is a forest conservation and climate action offering economic opportunities for the more than 50 million people that live in the Amazon basin. Also shout out to a number of the partners that we come together to what we call the Amazon Finance Network, with institutions as important co-leading it with us like IFC, BASA, the Bank of the Amazonia, and a number of other more than 30 institutions that come together to be able to finance micro SMEs in the Amazon region. I also wanted to talk about the power of collaboration. This is not something that a small group has come together, and collaboration has an enormous impact because this cannot happen alone. So this is a call for action to generate solutions. Change begins with us. Let's make a difference together. So with that, a big thank you to all. Bienvenidos, very welcome, bienvenidos a Sustainability Week 2024. Muchas gracias.
Hello to everyone attending Sustainability Week with IDB Invest. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today, so thank you very much. But I have to tell you, I'm also here today to recruit you. The urgency of the climate crisis demands that we all engage with purpose and ambition in driving the solutions for this crisis. Just look at the impacts we're seeing all around us, everywhere in the world, and especially throughout Latin America. Last year was the hottest year on record by a large margin. Scientists even believe it was the single hottest year on Earth in well over 100,000 years. And as our planet warms, the extreme climate-related events become far more frequent and far more severe. The entire world has been looking in dismay at the horrible flooding in Brazil's Rio Grande do Sul. And it's just one example. There, 3 months worth of rain fell in just 2 weeks, killing upwards of 170 people. It was an event that scientists confirmed was far more likely and caused by the climate crisis. In fact, there's never been anything like it in living memory. So obviously, we have no time left to waste. These kinds of events are occurring on every continent, all over the world. And make no mistake, we actually have all of the solutions we need to make the cuts in greenhouse gas pollution necessary to achieve climate goals. They're here, they're with us now. The International Energy Agency and others, the IPCC, have told us they're available. Businesses, investors, banks, and other financial institutions must not wait until governments navigate the political terrain and take action on this issue. The private sector needs to act on its own. Between 2013 and 2020, the private sector was responsible, after all, for 3/4 of all the capital invested around the world in renewable energy. And an analysis by the IMF projects that 80% of the climate finance needed for developing countries will be private and not public finance. Catalyzing investment within and into Latin America is therefore essential if we want to solve the climate crisis on a just basis. That means scaling up financing to replace demand for fossil fuels and protect the incredible biodiversity of this region. That's why the firm that I chair, Generation Investment Management, through our Just Climate business, has opened an office in Sao Paulo and is working purposefully to drive capital and resources into the region. We also need to rapidly scale down anti-climate finance. There is way too much of it. And that means ending financing for more fossil fuel development as quickly as possible. Financial institutions and businesses need to realign their portfolios and supply chains with net zero goals in mind. We know what we need to do to solve the climate crisis, but the question remains whether we will solve it in time. I believe we can, and I believe we will, but it requires clear-eyed leadership, particularly from the private sector, especially from multilateral development banks, to embrace the solutions to this crisis and reject the false promises of the fossil fuel industry. The time for words and pledges is over. The time for action is now. Thank you.
And now we'd like to invite our first panel. Please join to the stage Fabio Fagundes, Chief of Financial Products and Service from IDB Invest. Jorge Rubio, Global Head of Managing Director, Citi Social Finance. Ricardo Guimarães, BNP Paribas. Rocio Zeballos, Regional Manager Latam, Blue Orchard. Cristina Penteado, Managing Director and Head of Brazil, Blue Like and Orange Capital. Please. This panel is called Originate to Share, Connecting Development Needs of LAC with Global Investment Opportunities. Fabio, the floor is yours.
Bom dia. Bom dia. Bom dia. There you go. Bom dia. Sou Fábio Fagundes do BID Invest.
From IDB Invest, responsible for financial solutions. It's a pleasure to be here. Eu vou mudar para português.
Movement, and I hope you are all inspired as I am with this start. I would like to start by sharing the opportunity. You know, we have heard Latin America and the Caribbean is the land of opportunity, the land of the challenges that is bringing us all those opportunities that we have. We have heard the governor and James talking about improving lives, about sustainable infrastructure, resilient infrastructure, quality infrastructure, water and sanitation, employment, and how we need to deliver to our citizens across the region. We are talking about trillions of dollars. Trillions, not billions, trillions of dollars. That's the size of the opportunity that we have in this region. And when you think about the Sustainable Development Goals and those trillions out there, just using infrastructure as an example, we are talking about $2 trillion that is needed in ports, airports, roads, railways across this region. And that's what we are here for. Igniting that movement that will bring those trillions to the region. So bear with me, I'm going to try to convince you that that's possible. And it's an overwhelming challenge. So originate to share, what is the meaning of it? When we talk about originate, and that's our new business model at IDB Invest. Originate, we work with governments across the region. We call it upstream. I call it regulatory framework, mitigation of sovereign risk, trust, reliability, systems that will allow those countries to attract foreign investments. And that's what we are here for, together with the IDB. IDB Invest works on creating that, enabling that environment to create that environment to attract investments to the region. That's where I always started in the origination of this bankable pipeline. Then a very second and very important aspect of that origination is structuring it, all the projects that we have seen in the region that are available, those trillions out there, why the pipelines are not so big? Why we in the past 7 years, we committed $50 billion to the region in more than 500 projects. But we are talking about trillions. How do we connect the two? Billions to trillions. So out of the $50 billion that we have closed or committed to the region, we have done 30 billion with our own capital and 20 billion from partners like the ones that are sitting here with me today. And that's mobilization. That's where we are sharing. That's where we are attracting private capital to develop the region. So it's just the beginning of the journey. We are in the frontier now of what we call originate to share. We are going to originate that bankable pipeline, mitigating the risks. The bank, and I'm very thankful to the citizens and the taxpayers of our 48 shareholders, the countries that are supporting us in this journey. They just approved another $3.5 billion of capital increase. That will allow us to grow our balance sheet, to take more volatility on board, to be able to mitigate those risks from emerging markets, from developing economies that we operate, and then help to make this pipeline of bankable projects in all those areas that we work with our clients. So when we are originating and structuring those assets with corporate clients, in factories, we have seen the bike manufacturer that we invested equity. You have, of course, water and sanitation. Sorry. The water and sanitation that we have heard the governor mentioning so many times, and all the projects across the region that we have done. And then with financial intermediaries, we just heard about the Amazon network. Those are the clients that allows us to develop the region with their projects that we want to grow, to become bankable. And a very important point here, and then I will start introducing our panelists. In order to attract investments to the region, we need not only to enable the environment, not only to mitigate the risks, not only to create that bankable pipeline, we need to price it correctly. Adequate risk rewards are key to this movement. And what I mean by that, think about a pension fund that is managing trillions of dollars. When you think about the 120 trillions of dollars under management, with all those asset managers, pension funds and so on, they have fiduciary obligations, for example, with their pensioners. And for their pensioners to receive that return, they need the right risk reward, the adequate risk reward. They price those assets correctly. And that's where IDB Invest comes in. We are that honest broker that will do the best for the development of Latin America and the Caribbean, working with clients, pricing it correctly, mitigating the risks so we can bring in the investors I have here sitting with me today. And many others that are working with us. Just to give you an idea, we have today more than 700 investors mapped, thinking about those trillions of dollars available, and actively in our projects about 350. And those investors are really managing trillions of dollars. Now let's bring them the assets. Let's bring them the bankable projects that they can work with us, and we can start originating to share with the investors. One last point from my side, and then I will introduce. How do we do it? Connecting assets with investors. We need to create instruments. And many instruments in the market, from the 144A Reg S, that is basically a sophisticated way of saying a security. So the depth of that capital markets, that's where the investors, they feel comfortable about putting the money in. They want liquid instruments. So you have qualified institutional buyers of those securities. And last year alone, we put 2 transactions using that instrument that attracted more than $2 billion of funds to our region. Then you think about securitization of our own balance sheet. Then you think about credit insurance policies. You think about co-financing, co-lending, and there are many financial solutions, but we need more. Those are the financial solutions that will connect those artists with the trillions of dollars available there. So without further ado, and sorry for the long introduction, and I want to get your titles right, so I'm going to read. And I will start with Rocio Zeballos. She is the regional manager for Latin America and the Caribbean at the Blue Orchard Finance. So my first question is, share with us how that your firm has been doing in impact investment. What is your firm about?
Sure. Thank you very much, Javier, for the question and also for the opportunity to be here sharing with all of you today. Well, to present my firm, Blue Orchard is an impact investment firm that has been in the market for the last 23 years. We were founded in Switzerland by initiative of the UN because they saw that there was a need to have a commercial asset manager that was focused on impact investment. So since that year, I think that journey has been long, and we nowadays manage to have a global presence. So we are mostly in frontier and emerging markets, but in all regions. In Latin America, specifically, since 17 years ago. Nowadays, we are focused on investing in public debt, private debt, and also sustainable infrastructure. We aim to build this bridge between the investors and the investees that are focusing on having a positive return, but at the same time, there's so much needed impact in our region. And I would like also to add that we are private partners of the IDB since 14 years ago.
Thank you. Thank you, Rocio. So Jorge Rubio, he is the Managing Director and Global Head of Citibank Social Finance. Welcome. Thanks for being here with us.
Thank you, Fabio.
I want to share why I'm so thankful for him to be here. Last week, he was in India, flew all the way back to London and then to São Paulo and then to Manaus. So probably you have done many miles to get here in such a short time frame. So I'm very thankful for having you here and sharing all that you have been doing in sustainable finance across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabio. We had to be here. I mean, this is an event that if you are involved in any shape or form in impact investing and sustainability in Latin America, this is a place that you need to be. The IDB Invest, thank you for the invitation. As a global bank with a footprint across 19 markets in Latin America for many, many years, the IDB Invest is probably our natural partner in as we make progress in this area. So social finance at Citi isn't really new. We started with this journey around 20 years ago, so it's nearly 2 decades, when we started to think about how we can do a better job as a bank to promote financial inclusion in the countries where we operate. So that's where we thought about creating a specialist team that would mobilize capital, appropriate capital, to local banks, microfinance institutions that were developing methodologies to reach underserved communities. And Latin America, as we all know, is at the forefront of that movement. This is the region in the world where it really started to become commercial and to reach scale. But what these entities needed was access to local currency solutions. They were mostly funded in euro or US dollars from specialized investors and funds, but they didn't have the capacity to leverage their capital locally. So that's what we thought that Citi, as I said, as a global bank that has access to investors, obviously multilaterals that are fantastic partners of ours, the development finance community, and more recently, more traditional asset managers and specialized asset managers like Blue Orchard, to position ourselves in the middle and mobilize this capital and create structures locally that would make sense for these clients. And the thesis is exactly the same today. But what has changed is the scope of our work, because it's not only now financial inclusion that we believe we can impact, but it's also areas like affordable housing, education, healthcare, connectivity, access to basic infrastructure. So all of these things that the same segment that microfinance institutions would serve need, and that now can be delivered at scale by institutions, companies, city clients that are using technology progressively and are reaching these segments at scale. So we created a social framework, which is part of our overall sustainability agenda. It's a big contributor to that. That includes all these categories, and that sort of guides our work around the world. So what we do, and probably we can go deeper into that in a later question, is work with these clients at the local level, connect them to the international markets, and develop solutions for them to reach scale. Just to give you an idea of scale of what we have been doing, particularly in Latin America, in the last couple of years, we closed 50 transactions, mobilizing $3 billion to these activities in the region. And I think this is just the beginning, because this is a region that's full of innovation, it's full of fantastic clients, and you know, as it has been said today, one of the regions with the greatest inequalities as well in the world. So their challenge is big, but I think this is the way that we are contributing to become a leader in sustainability and social in particular.
Muchas gracias, Jorge. Cristina Penteado, Blue Like an Orange Sustainable Capital. She's the head of Brazil and a managing director for the fund. Muito obrigado por estar aqui. O voo de São Paulo é longo, eu vou falar um pouco mais sobre esse voo depois. Cristina, we have been long-standing partners with Blue Like an Orange, and we have worked in the first fund. So share with us what your firm has been doing in the past 5 to 7 years. Thank you.
Obrigada, Fábio, pelo convite. Thank you very much for the invitation personally, as well as to IDB Invest. It's a pleasure to be here. As a Brazilian, being in Brazil, in Manaus, is special. So it is really something that we look forward to, continue this road of collaboration in impact investing. So Blue Like an Orange is an European-based impact firm. Focus on emerging markets. We started off in Latin America, primarily structured credit, as well as equity more recently. And we have a broader scope of impact investing. We are European regulated, Article 9, in which we selected to be social focused. We also do climate, but in terms of regulatory framework, we follow the social framework in Europe. And we also report on the climate metrics as well. In terms of impact, we have, as I mentioned, a much broader scope. We do not have a sector specialization, but we do have a couple of sectors that we call priority sectors, which include sustainable infrastructure, education, healthcare, also financial inclusion, and many others. But those are sectors that we are primarily focusing on. And as I mentioned, we are emerging markets. We started off with a framework agreement at the very beginning of the firm. The firm has a little over 70 years. We raised up to date nearly $500 million across 2 funds. And since our very early days, we had a framework agreement with IDB Invest, and for mezzanine or structured credit financing in LATAM. So that in itself has been, I think, for us, very collaborative, and also, I would say, multiplying effect. not only for the companies we invest together, but also I think as we were raising capital and bringing investors, other types of capital to our fund, that was certainly a facilitating or a catalytic opportunity for us to work alongside IDB Invest. We, as I mentioned, we do structured credit, which is a very flexible instrument, and I think it's interesting to provide a little bit of context why we do structured credit mezzanine financing in the region, and why we selected the emerging markets. And Brazil, being one of the largest countries we can have exposure, up to 40% of our funds can be allocated to Brazil, and other countries across LATAM, 20 or 30%. When we came about emerging markets and impact investing, we thought about which asset class, which product we should offer. And the reasoning behind, it's not that it's going to be only structured credit, but behind structured credit and mezzanine financing is also to fill a gap with the instrument. The financial, as we focus primarily on later stage, mid-market companies, ticket size $10 to $30 million. And as you think about that scope of companies, there's lack of capital, there's lack of a long-term capital, partnership capital, in which you can be customized, partner with local entrepreneurs, local projects, and have a trajectory. When you help the company in many ways, in the way your capital can be adapted, is also catalytic in many aspects for those companies to grow on a sustainable manner in their business and tap into other sources of funding complementary to us. So I think the mezzanine and structured credit allows us to be, to look at a broader spectrum of opportunities, to also find different solutions for different transactions. We can comment about some examples later on. And that is also, we think, as an element of impact. As you think about, communities and growth and social impact, the lack of capital, proper capital for companies to grow and to have access to different sources of funding in that trajectory is certainly a catalytic for the economy as a whole, and also for many sectors, as we see. So we are now expanding towards outside LATAM as well, in other emerging markets, and more recently we have made investments also in equity. And looking forward, we probably will go to a climate global fund. So continue with the impact, continue with the emerging markets, structured credit being the primary source of capital we provide in the short to medium term, but also expanding towards equity.
Muito obrigado, Cristina. We talked about the health and the importance of it to improve lives in our introductory remarks from the governor, the CEO, and I'm sorry to say that we actually missed one important panelist because he got dengue in São Paulo, very much in the capital. So Ricardo is the CEO of BNP Paribas. They employ 1,800 people in Brazil alone. It's a bank that is one of our important sponsors here in the Sustainability Week, as many others of you. So we are very thankful for your sponsorship. And it has been always very committed to has been very committed to sustainability and to impact investing and working with us. So I'm thankful for BNP Paribas. I'm sorry that due to the risks of thrombosis, when you have a quasi-long haul flight from São Paulo to Manaus, that is many hours in the flight. We missed Ricardo today, but we are wishing him a very quick recovery. Rocio, we have been talking about the bankable pipeline. So share with us what excites us the most, that usually when we are talking about impact, how to get there via our clients, how we originate, how we structure, how we make it happen as a doer, as we heard many times this morning. Thank you.
Sure, thank you for the question. Well, maybe I would like to provide more context. In Blue Orchard, we manage funds, right? So these funds have different types of mandates. I would say that majority of the mandates are about financial inclusion. For example, in Africa, it is financial inclusion, but also we have educational mandate there in Africa. In Tbilisi for East Europe is also about financial inclusion, But for example, in Asia, besides doing financial inclusion, we started to do also a fund with gender lens. And this brings me to Latin America with also financial inclusion, but since last year, we managed to launch our first fund that is focused on gender, diversity, and inclusion in partnership with IDB, right? So to talk a little bit more about the focus of this fund, I would like to mention that it's not only with this gender lens supporting women entrepreneurs, but also the silver economy, ethnic groups that are in a situation of vulnerability, LGBTQ plus community, and other groups that are traditionally underserved by financial institutions. And we did this because in time, in these 23 years of working in impact investing, we understood that there are other segments that really need our support, right? So this mandate specifically really inspires me, and I would like to mention why. It's because when we visit in our process of origination, as we were mentioning, part of that research that we do is to search, of course, for investees that has this kind of impact in the market, and we go and visit them to see the potential effect. And when we started this fund last year, I managed to have the opportunity to go to Ecuador, for example, to Central Ecuador, where there are several financial institutions serving indigenous populations. And when visiting also end clients, because we really want to check where the impact is really going, I had the opportunity to see two examples of what we potentially could achieve. So first, we visited a couple of artisans. They were receiving funds for the let's say more than 15 years from this credit union that we were visiting. And they were very happy for having us, showing us the stores, because they started with a small kiosk, and then they started to have stores. They also even show us their house, which was very close to the business. And they even told us that their kids were studied in Europe already. And it was a fun experience, but you could see really the impact of these people, how their life changed. On the other hand, I also visited a lady that was receiving the first loan. And for me, it was an special experience because this person was not that happy to welcome us. And this is because she was ashamed. When she received us, the first thing she did was to apologize to me for living in poverty. And this was heartbreaking for me, an experience that really didn't happen to me before. But there I saw the potential, because this person received the first loan and she started to plant some crops of corn and potatoes and having small farms with Guinea pigs, 1 cow, 1 pig. And I really wish later that this fund was even more successful to really see the impact in these populations, right? But nowadays, I can say that the fund is very successful. It's less than 1 year, and we have already crowded more than $100 million in investments. And I would say that this wouldn't have been possible without the support of the IDB Invest, because you enter in the junior tranche of this fund. And for us, it was what you were mentioning before. It's really needed to mitigate the risk in order to attract other investors in the market, right? So that was, I think, the key of the success of this fund, and I am sure that we are going to keep on growing and keep having more impact.
Muchas gracias, Rocio, for sharing this heartful moment. In Brazil, we have an expression that is impacto in the vein. No, it's impacto na veia. And that's touching, and thanks for sharing, and congratulations for the work done. Jorge, again, across the globe, all the sustainable impact that you are having, you talked about your 50 projects, Latin America and Caribbean. How has been the experience with our countries in originating, structuring, mobilizing more capital to bring into those markets, knowing MDEs, no? Emerging markets in developing economies, all the challenges associated to those that we talked in the beginning. Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
Yes, well, first of all, I think that as an industry, we are making progress, and we all know that the gaps are so huge that the public sector alone will never fill them. You require, by definition, private capital to come and play. So we are very aware of that. But if you want to move the needle only just a little bit, in many cases, and I think it's the case in the bank that I work for, you need a strong commitment from the leadership, from the top of the house. So our CEO, as she, one of the first things she did when she took the position, so she made this commitment of mobilizing $1 trillion by 2030 to sustainability globally, because she realized that it needs to be measurable. If you really want to have an impact, you need to really have a goal and track it. But we didn't stop there. We said, okay, $1 trillion is a difficult amount to comprehend. And we know that from this business locally, we are reaching many lives and we are improving livelihoods with our clients. So we came up with a specific social goal to reach 15 million low-income households around the world through our funding, including 10 million women by 2025. And we're getting there. I think, we might be able to cross that line even before 2025. And the reason is, well, you need three things in my mind if you want to mobilize funding from a global bank like Citi at scale. One is obviously our clients. We are a corporate and investment bank, so we do not reach these communities directly. We work and partner with clients that are innovating, that are disrupting, that are going deeper across the different categories of impact that I described before. The second, pretty much at the core of what we do, is you need partners. Partners like the IDB Invest, like the impact investing community. And this is how we use the access to this investor base around the world to bring solutions to the different countries. And the third thing that you need, and that we are blessed to have at Citi, to be quite honest, is a footprint, a global footprint. And bankers around the world that understand the local dynamics, speak the local language. We have local currency capabilities. We have local balance sheets that we can leverage. So to your question on how we structure and how we create value, it has to do a lot with our local presence and understanding in these markets. So this is the way that we are operating and scaling up. And I really liked the governor's remarks when he said that preservation and poverty don't go together. So that's why we're trying to put a very strong emphasis on the social side. I know that there's been a lot of work done on the environmental side, and at the bank we have many teams working on transition finance. It's a huge focus for us in the sustainability agenda. But I think this social side and this local combination with globality is something that puts us in a unique position to make a greater contribution.
Muchas gracias, Jorge. Cristina, so impact investing is in your blood, and that's what you have been doing. Explain to us your business model, and I will challenge you with a question. Many of our clients, when they look at mezzanine, that's the structured finance that Blue Like and Orange is specialized with, they look at us and will say, but this is an expensive debt. Why am I going to pay so much for that loan? So when you are talking to your clients, originating your pipeline, making them bankable, attracting, mobilizing all those GPs, LPs to your fund, how will you manage it? How do you do it? Share your secret sauce.
Every discussion is different, but I think there are three elements that we always try to convey, and I think that's those are pillars in any kind of long-term relationship we have and partnership we develop. And one is alignment, the other is flexibility, and the third one is complementarity, right? And I think, you know, we always joke, nobody wakes up and say, oh, I'm looking for mezzanine financing, right? No company that I've heard, unless they have done something with us, maybe they want to do something more, but it's not common, and it's not something that's in the people's mind. They always think about, you know, plain vanilla debt or equity, right? And I think our role is not really to compete necessarily, it's to complement and find ways where we can add value and align with local entrepreneurs. So it does require, and is still underdeveloped in the region. I think, you know, the market's, I would say, fairly sophisticated, not only in Brazil, but others, but it's still, we don't see a lot of specific offers in structured credit mezzanine in the region that have the same approach we do. We do a lot of our traditional, I would say, more structured credit, particularly in Brazil, that's more like kind of a traditional, I would say, credit relationship. Our approach, and I think together with IDB Invest, is really to create this long-term capital relationship in alignment. And in that, we will work with the company first to understand what they actually need, where they actually are, what are the types of capital they can access that does not depend on us, or that we cannot, you know, there are other better sources. We are not here to, you know, take out the traditional bilateral banking they can have, or if they want to go into do a straight equity for a reason. We have to balance out the risk return and price it accordingly. I must say we are not concessionary capital, so we do have the impact lens, but we also have the risk return adjusted, you know, a lens. So we need to price it accordingly, the risk. But having said that, we have very many different ways of approaching, from the length, from the grace period, from the interest that can be, you know, PIK, from features that are variable compensation, including, you know, profit participation, convertibility, detachable warrants. So we can customize really to what's really important and can unlock value and create value for the entrepreneur, allow the business to grow, multiply, and participate. So that's one of the reasons we are not passive investors. So a lot of people ask us, so you're a creditor, so you only look at the, you know, traditional fixed income and you do not get involved. Actually, it's very the opposite in our case, not only because of the impact, which obviously is a key element and is actually a filter. If we don't have a reliable, a good alignment on impact and a trajectory that we want to build together, that's not a deal or transaction for us. But from the type of capital we provide, it's very strategic for the counterparties we work with. It's not something that you just take out of the shelf. And it's also something that involves many ways the shareholders in the discussion, because it does provide a specific capital that is, you know, filling a gap in the capital structure of the companies. And in our collaboration with IDB Invest, we do share a lot of that. Not only the impact angle, of course, we are very much, you know, aligned on that. But I think as we think about potential clients and potential transactions, we work together to structure something that we believe is a benign, healthy, sustainable, you know, provider of capital that can be transformational for the company, not only when we get in, but also attracting others. We have many investees where we come in alongside many times IDBI Invest, but other private equity funds, VC funds, co-investing with us, investing afterwards, and there is a multiplying effect to the trajectory of the company. And because we have a flexible instrument, we can also shift the instrument along the life of the investment. Sometimes we invest a certain stage of the company, and that stage only allows us to do a certain type of transaction in terms of fixed and variable, you know, components. As the company changes, we can also change accordingly. So while it's complex, it's not something that is, you know, every deal is different. We have many different deals across our portfolio, more, I would say, traditional higher yield debt to very close quasi-equity transactions. but we also can adapt throughout the life of the company, which provides us the ability to help the company in many ways. So I think that can be transformational, but it does require a lot of education. And I think a lot of alignment. We want to make sure the client really understands what we're doing. We don't want to do something that is, we do the same work as in depth as any other alternative investor. We are creditor providers primarily, but we do a very extensive due diligence on all the fronts, including impact. But we also want to have a very deep alignment on the strategy, on the shareholders, and the trajectory of the company. So it does require time. It requires a lot of education, but more and more, I think, a meet of the minds to make sure that we are the right partners for that specific company.
Muito obrigado, Cristina. It's all about optimization. When you think about your asset liability management, your bankable pipeline of projects, and how you are going to fund them, how you are going to invest on them, so how you, and optimization is important in a balance sheet of every firm, considering again, the trillions of needs out there. So when you think that the mezzanine can optimize your capital stack from senior, mezz, e-equity, that's going to recycle your equity, and then we go back to the original need of trillions of dollars in infrastructure. Using that example alone, $150 billion of equity is needed to make that pipeline bankable. So again, it's a very important way of optimizing balance sheet and making sustainability financially sustainable. And that's where we are heading here. I know I'm conscious of time. I have a couple of minutes left, and I would like to give or ask each one of the panelists a closing remark with one project that you are very passionate about, one project that changed your life and you wanted to do more of it and be here with us in this movement of impact investing. Rocio.
Wow, that is a very difficult question because several projects come into mind. I am very passionate about silver economy, I should say, because I find that this segment is very underserved by financial institutions. And we were discussing the other day about even that there are some sort of limitations to finance these kinds of segments in some countries. First of all, the financial institutions do not serve these populations mostly because the expectancy of life, right? So this is already a natural constraint in the market, so there is more risk there. But, well, there are certain institutions, if we were really trying to find these ones when we were trying to originate for this new fund like GDI, that what I was explaining before, and we found a segment very interesting in Chile, which are the cajas of crédito. So these cajas of crédito traditionally are serving pensioners with very, very low income, less than $200 per month. And if you really know Chile, you know that with $200 per month, you cannot really live there, right? Yeah, some people is not in the audience. So we were trying to work with these cajas, but it was very difficult for us because there are still some, let's say, limitations or some misconceptions that need to be overcome with governments, with regulators, that we really need to work together with impact investors. So what happened is that we couldn't invest in this segment because they were requesting us to have an international credit rating. And in this industry, I don't know any of the institutions that do have this kind of requirement, only multilaterals, right? So what we did last year is to be in partnership with a multilateral, and finally we could fund these institutions. And it was very gratifying to go to the agencies and to see in the branches the real impact with the elderly people. It's a labor of love beyond even providing the loan, because they are even teaching them how to use their cell phones to lay their check when they are going to receive the money of the loan. And you could see this special care of these people that are just underrepresented. So that could be my example.
Muchísimas gracias, Rocio. Yeah. I also wanted a round of applause. No, it's captivating us. Jorge.
Well, we are passionate about innovation. We like to do things that were never done before. We have quite a few of those in the bank, but if I focus on Latin America, we can talk about, for example, Colombia, where working with the IDB Invest and our friends from Bancolombia, we set up a structure that allows foreign investors to come for the first time in the country and invest in developmental projects. But we've also financed inclusive fintech in Colombia for a company called Sempli, the first time that they get access to a local facility that they need to expand, and we actually work with them to make sure that the use of funds in a large percentage, I believe it was 60%, goes to women-owned SMEs. In Peru, we've been working in education, a company called Innova that we're financing, that is setting up schools in underserved communities with very high quality education and affordable as well. We work together with our friends from Blue Orchard to finance Caja Arequipa, also in Peru, again to finance women entrepreneurs. We were able to co-invest with Blue Orchard in a facility that was delivered in Peruvian soles. We provided the FX solution for Blue Orchard as well. So that's another example of using our local capabilities. In Brazil, we have a fantastic client, IGEA, that it's working on water and sanitation, and we gave them a line of financing for them to connect the last mile here in Manaus to expand access to sewage, which is a project, I mean, if you think of impact, it's probably one of the most impactful projects that we financed ever. I mean, it's access to water and sanitation, and we're very passionate about that. And we can go on and talk about Central America, the DR. We closed a couple of very interesting deals for local banks that are expanding access to SMEs, trade finance facilities, in Mexico, fintech as well. So there's quite a few, but I would say this idea of doing things for the first time and breaking paradigms, that's I think what moves us.
Muchas gracias, Jorge. Cristina.
Choosing one project is not necessarily. It's a difficult task. We have several investments that I'm very fond of in healthcare, education, and financial inclusion as well, but I think we're worth highlighting a Brazilian one in which we have a co-investment with IDB Invest, and in which you saw actually in the video, which is Tembici. Tembici is a docked bike sharing system. It's a leading company worldwide, and there are many reasons I can highlight as one of our favorites or one of our examples about what we do with our capital, how can we help and support companies. First of all, I think they're very talented entrepreneurs, super resilient. This is not being an easy business to be in. If you know the history of this, in many other companies didn't even survive, not necessarily with the same model, but it was a challenging business model to begin with. There's a docked shared biking station, so it's a little different, but anyway, it had that, not necessarily a rosy road, but Tembici is being extremely innovative. The founders are excellent partners. We have excellent co-investors, IDB Invest. We also have IFC, DFC, and local Crescera and Red Point. So many different investors, Valor Capital. It's a pool of excellent capital in the cap table. The company is a extremely efficient and well-designed model, and it has also done, it's technology-driven and very innovative. And it created its own e-bikes locally, and it produces locally in Manaus. And you're going to have the opportunity to also see in a later panel Carol Rivas from Tembici, CIO, telling a bit about the story. But I think this is a lot telling about Brazil, how Brazil, emerging markets as a whole, can be very innovative and can be transformational. It's about micromobility, it's about sustainable transportation, and it's about inclusion as well. So it's one example that I find extremely exemplary of what we can do together and what the potential of the region is.
Muito obrigado, Cristina. Please, a big round of applause for our panelists. All of them did a great job, and thank you so much for being with us and here in presence and online. So let's get this movement going. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Fabio. Thank you, members of the panel. It was an incredible discussion. We also thanks to the former Vice President of the United States, Al Gore, for his message. And we are ending this block, and we have now a 30 minutes break. So please go ahead and feel free to spend some time together. And we see you here back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so let's get started. For the next block, we'll be tackling critical topics here. The Amazonia will be the first testing ground for translating the vision we just discussed into action and moving from thinking to doing. And the lessons we learn will be relevant to the entire region. It's critical to understand as well the regional context and listen to the voices of entrepreneurs working in the Amazonia, as well as those regional leaders implementing ambitious impact investments. We'll also have in the next block, finally, we will touch a very important topic for the region and to the world, food security. In one panel, we will have a vision from Coca-Cola, and in the other panel, the testimonial of key agribusiness players. And before that, I invite Eric Parado Herrera, Chief Economist at the IDB, to share with us a macroeconomic overview of our region. So Eric, thank you for joining us.
Bom dia a todos. É grande prazer estar aqui com vocês hoje em Manaus. Estou muito entusiasmado por compartilhar algumas ideias sobre os desafios macroeconômicos da nossa região. Mas você não quer sofrer com meu português. Só vou mover a espanhol. Primero que nada, tengo que agradecer a la ciudad de Manaus por haberme invitado a compartir algunas ideas de los desafíos macroeconómicos que está viviendo la región y obviamente agradecer a IDB Invest y especialmente a James Craven, a Gabriela Acevedo y a Leonardo Massey por invitarme para poder compartir estas ideas. La agenda que tenemos hoy día es bastante completa, pero en un periodo muy corto de tiempo. Solamente tengo 20 minutos, así que vamos a hablar un poco de macroeconomía, de distintos escenarios, vamos a hablar de cambio climático y una sorpresa, vamos a hablar de inteligencia artificial. Y vamos a tratar de relacionar todo de alguna forma. Primero, obviamente cuando hablamos de macroeconomía, el mensaje más importante, diría yo, es el tema de crecimiento. Y ustedes vieron recién en la portada un avión yendo a un destino, a un horizonte soleado. Y la idea justamente es una idea más optimista de cómo vemos las cosas en términos de que este avión tuvo un desafío bastante grande en aterrizar, pero fue un aterrizaje bastante suave. Y por eso cuando vemos el crecimiento del 2023 respecto a lo esperado a inicio del 2023 fue mucho mejor. La perspectiva era...
The 2023 was very good. The expectation was to have it growing only 2%. Only 2% is very low for the challenges the macroeconomic for the region needs in order to develop. And when we observe 2024, the perspective is not that good as we had in 23, but we have taxes about 2%, and it's explained by the global economy that was very dynamic. As can observe in the graph, a good surprise is the growing of the United States. The maintenance of China at a global level, we have good conditions. Besides, today we observe that the cost of financing, if they continue high, but they remain the same level. When we're talking about Latin America, so the average in the region was reducing. So it is a very positive news, and we have high interest rates on commodity price.
copper and soil. It is important because we have the impact in the poverty and impact the distribution of income that was interrupted due to the shock of offer that we had due to the pandemic of COVID-19 and the conflict in Ukraine. So we have distinct scenarios, macroeconomic scenarios. So they have a basic scenario and get ready for the risks that may somehow reach the region. And in here we'll see some scenarios regard to the region. The first thing, we have a base scenario with easy convergence with the significant rate of growth it's about 2%. As I said, it is a very low rate, low tax for the challenges that the region faces. When we aggregate to the model, we see that the rate growth rate related to the China, U.S. financing, the value of the oil. We could generate a recession. This is only a case. That's why we talk about it is project a negative scenario if the conditions somehow are not do not happen. But it is a possibility, very unlikely possibility, just for you to get ready in terms of the different scenarios that we may observe in our companies and systems of governance. And yes, 2023 was a very good year. 2024 will be good as well because the rate of interest will be reduced and we have a lot of opportunities for growing and increase of the opportunities. Here we have some things which are important because for sure we will discuss within along these 3 days. Food safety, energetic transition, and all the problems, geopolitical problems that to end will be part of the solution in all these matters. Regard to the geopolitical points, we will construct bridges instead of building difficulties. So we have to get the chance and make free commerce in the region we are attending. What are the challenges of short-term challenges? They are related to the fiscal policy and monetary. We did it. When we were beside the fiscal movement, the shock related to COVID was very big. You can see the fiscal effort that made in Latin America and Caribbean, the reaction to, but when the pandemic was over, the fiscal support as well disappeared. And now we have it. That is a good news. The debts and the average. The public debt was reducing. We reached 70%, and today we are in the 60% level. And a bit above, we aim at 58. Bad news, we have, considering all the aspects related to the effort for financing public sector, you will observe what are the interests. The Latin America, Caribbean, regard to the developed countries. We are in the average 90.4 right pay of interest. If we compare it with the most developed countries, it's a low number. We're talking about 5%. During the pandemic, the financing, all this cost of rate of interest reached 12%. Now the challenge is to administrate the passive at the medium and long term in order to reduce this cost of finance in order to promote the development. And so observe the scenario of a public debt, and we have this scenario for us to have a negative impact in the growth, and we reflect in the debting of public debt. This is not only to have rules, good fiscal rules, but not avoid apologies to our work. So we have to have clear rules of escaping. If there is a natural disaster or economic or financial crisis, so the fiscal policy could consider certain aspects, like we're talking about implementing good quality, and the other side we have institutions, fiscal institutions in medium long term stronger. We have to have progressive taxes and more fiscal institutions and distribution of a better composition of efforts. And the last point is to strengthen fictions of fiscal institutions to reduce the public debt. It reaches 4.4% in the raw income in the region. So we have to be more efficient in our administrations. In regards to the monetary policy, we observe that independently of the taxes of inflation are reducing, and is a product of good reaction of our central banks in the region. In average, they increase the interest before the developed world. That's why you see the curve of Latin America making a lot of effort. So difference between the rates of Latin America and developed world, we're talking about a difference of 700 points. It's quite a lot. And it has an internal impact of the inflation rate and the legislations in which they are anchored. So what is our challenge? Our challenge will be observe what the US is doing, the Europe, because we cannot let the difference between the rate of the difference between Latin America and the developed country, because it will impact the market, and we do not want to have depreciation that may generate impact on the value and the financial sector. So today the central bank will be much more careful in reducing in the low interest rate without making question. They have to do that. They will reduce very slowly and carefully, observing what the Europe is doing and the Federal Reserve in US. We have news that the European Central Bank reduced the rate of interest. That's why we have this recommendation for this the monetary financial approach for the financial system in the region is part of the solution, not part of the problem, just like we had in the past. Today, the region is very capitalized with a lot of equity and is applying standards, which is a good sign. That gives us resilience to the financial system, for the banking system. The private sector will be active much more with a better vision, long-term vision. Though this is the distinction for you to be updated. In regard to the structural challenges in which you have to face, the structural terms relate to the productivity. When we in the economy we make an analysis of how the countries grow, they grow because they have more capital in private sector for investment. They have more job, better education, better environmental production. So if we decompose the case of Latin American and Caribbean, where we solve the capital investment has an approach regard to other themes compared to other countries, the work, the productivity, the contribution for the productivity at the long term, it's zero. If we compare with emerging countries, just like the Southeast of Asia, the productivity is strong and the growth is less, half of the. What would happen if we had the productivity of Asia in Latin America? Our PIB in the region would be 4 times higher. This difference in terms of making the things better is the concept of productivity. How can we do the things better? In this group, we have many innovators, people who think in the future. We have to keep on thinking how to increase the productivity. And whenever it is becoming more and more difficult, because simply what we can observe, 4 groups. The 4th group is the developed countries, where we are. None of our countries is there. It's more difficult to change the position. The possibility of a group 3 reach group 4 is 0.1%. So have to make the things different in order to be considered developed. We see what is the most important factor that we should invest in order to participate in the developed world. How we can do that related to climate change. Climate change, I don't have to convince you, in fact, because of this matter, it is happening. In the you can observe that the temperatures are increasing, growing. Natural disasters associated to climate change grew. The results are in the water or the lack of water. The contamination of water, drought, catastrophe. We see a great increase of natural resources. And when the temperature increase, we are making studies in the bank. We have an impact in the economical growth as well. It is a very hard graph, but I'll let the presentation. But the main message is that as the countries grow their temperature, the economic growth tends to be negative. And the countries are running to the right. And then we have a negative impact in the growth because of the temperatures are growing. And it has an impact in the growth and in the food sector. So the third is analysis. I show you. In the case of the growing of any of the variables has an impact in the food safety. If there is an increase in the value that was happening in a short time, we have an impact in the food safety, especially because the values are high. People cannot introduce food, and there is an impact related to climate change. It happens the same thing. Observe the dot in the middle. It is the minimum impact. It is higher than the value. And then it is not a thing at a long, medium, long term. It is happening today. It helps to increase the food safety. And for sure, the transferring of financial transference. The idea is to grow, the economical growth is the focus. When you talk about climate change, you talk about we are not the yield for the climate changes. The emissions of greenhouse effect, very low. That's true. But if we compare 80% of our population is 80% of the population of the world. In terms of deforestation, we are on 20%. Depending on the variable we are using in order to measure the deforestation, and the region is very big. So that we have to make an effort in regard to this deforestation. And this is important because we know that we are going to discuss along these days. We are going to discuss that. There are some indicators. Here we're using the most traditional ones. We take the actions, ACRI, which is an index for the whole world, and then we have IG. And you see the difference of the certified companies in terms of using the water, issue of carbon gases. It is lower than the average of other companies. The second, when we make investment in ESG, it is better than making an investment in any other company. Yeah. We are successful. We aim at stability. We have the pensioners fund in Chile. They need the growth in the investment is bigger than any other company. That's why I have to convince the politicians that there are many of the American citizens in Latin America that is the aim of 2017. That is a study. 2017, it's been some years. What we did was to use the artificial intelligence to ask, considering the news within the last years and the actions of the government, what are the numbers that maybe we have today? And these are the numbers of the in the case of Brazil, almost 90% of the support of facing climate change. It means that we're creating for the political world see that as a priority. Now I want to try to be on time and bring to you something that we are showing in public. We are working in a document about that. The impact of artificial intelligence in different applications. Try foreseeing the tasks that the jobs have. The risk, exposition, probability of the occupations of certain occupations should be substituted. There are some indicators. We ask the people, what do you think about this or that? So we made a simple thing. We asked the platform of artificial intelligence, what do you think about that? Which tasks are you going to substitute? Which jobs? And that is very interesting. Here you see some statistics, but observe the red line, which is the average of exposition of all the professions, the occupations. So what ask task by task? If there is a CEO, if the CEO has some tasks, and then you ask task by task, or about all the occupations, and then we make in different platforms. And we observe that 28% of the jobs are in risk in the first year, 38% are in risk in 5 years, and 44% are in risk in 10 years. Very big numbers, but we can see that as an opportunity, not only, will be substituted. No, let us use artificial intelligence to support different occupations or create new occupations. Why am I saying this? Because we can see a comparison about what are the jobs which are more in risk. These are the top 15 or 16, and you see that there are occupations that probably reasonable, you consider reasonable. The graph in the green line and collaborate operators of telephone with a more than 90% of possibility of being extinct. The agencies of traveling agencies, everybody now does it through the platforms. And you see also the ones who evaluated credit, the credit assessment professionals. How? And let us use the technology exactly to support our work. The CEOs may be substituted. The probability is 20% of having the CEO substituted. It is not a small number. The blue side is expert. Are the occupations fundamental, just like doctors? They have the possibility. Here we can observe a subgroup who are more in risk. The geologists observe. The radiologists, the ones with experience, and observe the IA. So the probability of these radiologists be substituted is evident. What is more difficult in terms of the medicine? The ones who are not less risk is the pediatricians. Well, this article, this document, what you want to make is for us to think in the adaptations. If there is no radiologist, maybe we could introduce IA somewhere there in the place. This is the way we have to understand and a better way to use it. We have to think about that. Well, I cannot be just stuck with considering these approaches. We have to land this plane that does not pollute it. We aiming a sustainable destination. You are the crew in this plane. You are the pilot that we have to do to reach the destination. Thank you very much.
Pois é. Tô sem som. I have a brief song of a group from the region that is called Raízes Caboclas, that is called Porto de Lenha. Porto de Lenha. You will never be Liverpool, with faces with dandruff and blue eyes. Some flute from upstream Negro River for each parachuting broker that dreams of a southern success. In each ship, in each cruiser ship of the groups of tourists. Port of firewood. You will never be Liverpool with a dandruff face and blue eyes. I recommend you to get to know the song made by a local group that tells about the reality with always major reflections on the Amazonian reality and the reality of doing business in the Amazon. And we
head of the initiative for the Amazonia from IDB Invest. So we'd like to invite all members of the panel to the stage. Please welcome.
Vai estar no meio, então. Eu vou deixar. Essa é a ordem? E eu sento para lá?
Okay. Good morning, almost good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for being here with us. It is an honor for me and a great pleasure to be here in the beautiful city of Manaus, hosting this amazing event together with such a very relevant and brilliant minds in your specific areas. We're here to discuss a very specific and very interesting topic, which is doing business in the Amazon and how we can enable the process of doing better and more sustainable business in the region. So thank you so much, Ilona, Tatiana, Akran, and Oberdan, for being here with us and for accepting this invitation to be here with us. Last year, as you've heard in the morning, the IDB group launched what we called the Amazon Forever program, which is, in Portuguese, Amazônia por Sempre, which is a program that basically has different type of initiatives and coordination efforts in developing the Amazon in a sustainable way. This includes obviously private and public sector initiatives. And we're going to talk about a little bit more of that program. But basically, what we learned and the questions that we've asked during all our efforts in the region is how we can support the development of better business in the region. How can we be an enabler of these conditions in order to the region to succeed? So we are aware of the issues and the challenges that we have in the region. We recognize the diversity of the territory. We're talking about 8 countries, each country which its unique sub-regions. So that makes, that adds a different flavor in terms of challenges when we look from the territory perspective. We also recognize the challenge that exists in doing business in the Amazon, and most specifically related to those on the environmental, social, and governance aspects of it. And this applies not only for the small businesses, but this applies obviously for the big, large corporates operating in the region as well. And we also understand the need of coordination and the role that needs to be taken in terms of aligning all the different stakeholders that are acting in the region. So we understand that there's a relevant effort in terms of aligning and getting into consensus on all those different stakeholders. So what we try to put up together with this panel today for you was to give you at least a 360 degrees of view on these challenges, but more specifically on what type of solutions and what type of instruments have been applied in different industries in the region, and maybe come up with not only with the diagnosis, but with very specific action plans and situations that have been encountered by our panelists in order to give you and exemplify what can be done to overcome these challenges. So with this, I will start with my first guest, Ilona. Ilona is the co-founder and president of Instituto Igarapé. So Ilona, you and Instituto Igarapé have been taking a very interesting approach in looking at sustainable entrepreneurship. And more specifically, you've been going beyond the policies and the environmental challenges. And it caught my attention when you told us a little bit of the concept of territorial risk analysis and also on the mitigation or territory de-risking approach. So can you elaborate a little bit on those aspects and share that with us? Thank you.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much. Wonderful to be here in Manaus discussing this. I'm not from here, so I'm far from being the expert, but we're trying to look into information and trying to honestly say, do come here. So whatever we tell here in terms of the challenges is not to say don't come, it's to say come the right way. And the first thing I would say for those coming to like be an entrepreneur or an investor or an off-taker, just know your territory. Not only look into your client, but look into the territory. And so, as Juan said, this is a very diverse region. Also, what I'm going to tell here applies more or less to different parts of the Amazon. So we are in the urban Amazon. We're in this amazing city of Manaus. There are other metropolitan regions in this region that are big enough. But there is also what we know, which is the rural Amazon, the areas that are far from our eyes, that many people have an idea also that they are only forest. Most of them have people on them. So we have to just take into consideration forest, people, urban, degraded, protected, all this diversity when you come into doing business. And of course, what applies to each of these regions. So what I'd like to call attention to applies especially for those that are coming with an eye of developing the green economy, the nature-based solutions, the bioeconomy, but also those that are in traditional industries that are now trying to do the right thing, which is transitioning to a more low-carbon economy, so sectors that need to transition. And I think the main challenges I highlight here have to do with the uncertainty, insecurity, and informality. And the first one, uncertainty. We know when we talk about, especially, I'm going to just tell a data from Brazil, but the competitiveness index of Brazil is something that we always look. And 8 out of the 9 states in the Amazon region are actually in the bottom half of the competitiveness index. If you take out Mato Grosso, which is, of course, like a agro business, it's not the forested Amazon. So it's something to look into, and I think why that Brazil cost is already high, but we say the Amazon cost is higher. And instead of trying to overlook and say, don't come or don't look into this, the work we're trying to do is to actually shed light and say, we have to do it right. There's no more, let's say, time or option to just do harm when you do business. I think it's much beyond the ESG. It's about actually the survival of our economy. If you take that economy is based on nature, more than half of the economic GDP today is linked to moderate or high dependence on ecosystem services. So there's no reason why we don't think that protecting nature or biodiversity is actually not fundamental for actually doing business and for economic growth. So starting there, we need to deal with these other issues. Otherwise, we're overlooking what will actually make us fail if you come with the wrong mindset. So uncertainty. I think coming here, we need to put pressure and really work towards land ownership. This is something that, besides the legal insecurity that is already common in our countries, things change, but there's also something here regarding the land that you have to be very diligent about. Make sure whatever you're doing here, you're actually doing a land that was not illegally grabbed, appropriated, that is don't belong to the traditional peoples and populations that are here. The second thing I would like to highlight is let's say the insecurity. Some areas here are today dominated by illicit economies. So what drives deforestation that Eric just told us about are illicit economies. So if we are to actually protect people and forest and build a prosperous Amazon, we have to be really certain that security is very important, and that for that we do need to do like command and control, but we need to build alternative economic models that are compatible with the standing forest. So the cost today, the hidden cost of insecurity is high. For those that operate here, and I'm talking to the entrepreneurs that are coming or the big infrastructure projects that are here, they don't talk about this. There's a reputational issue. So people don't like to talk about security, but it's important because then we don't have a collective ask about public security, which should be the norm. The third thing to highlight is the informality. So our region is a quite informal region when it comes to labor. But in the Amazon, in Brazilian Amazon specifically, I have the data. So Brazil is 37% informal. When you come to the labor force, Amazon 56%. So this also poses risks of when you say due diligence in your supply chain, on compliance, and so on. So we have to work together to transform, to transition this first informal, but also, let's say, fight the illicit in a way that you actually replace it by economies that are much more prone to people and forest. And for doing that, there's no chance of succeeding without including in these new supply chains the local populations and actually co-designing the initiatives, because if you don't really understand the knowledge that is here, you're not tapping into the gold, the green gold. And I say the green gold for this region is not soy, it's biodiversity. And we're gonna be able to tap that if we do the R&D that is necessary for that. So I think there's a lot of investment to come to this region with the right, let's say, mindset, but especially I think knowing that doing right is good for business. And it's, let's say, it's not only a moral choice, it's a must-do choice. So de-risking territories means not overlooking the problems, means working collectively to solve them, shedding in the rule of law, and also with a more, let's say, collaborative approach.
Great. No, that was an amazing explanation on de-risking territories. So thank you for that. I will move to Tatiana. Tatiana Shore, she's the head of the Amazon Coordination Unit of the IDB Group. So Tatiana, I have a very specific question for you. So you know very well both the public and the private sector. And I just want you to share a little bit with us very specific examples and cases in those sectors in which you believe we have a better probability of finding those synergies between public and private sectors, and specifically, what efforts do you think both sides, on the public and on the private, can come together in order to have a real impact in development and improving the conditions and the environment of doing business in the Amazon?
Thank you, Juan. Bom dia a todos. Acho que eu vou falar em português.
First, nothing is in singular. I believe that we have to start this conversation considering that it's not the private sector or the public sector. There is a diversity in terms of public sector and the diversity of the private sector. There are the private sectors, and for Amazon, important to understand how IDB is acting in Amazon and understanding the importance of recognizing the challenges and the opportunities of the territory, and we understand the need. That's why this event is happening here in Manaus. We want to listen from the public sectors and from the private sectors the best way for us as an Inter-American bank reach this place, the 8th country, the 6th big country in the world, and make this economy, the 6th economy in the world to grow, and treat themes like eliminating risk in the territory or reducing the risks in the territory. We understand that is these ecosystems, and we need to strengthen the different ways each of the players. We have a work in Amazon with all the small businesses, startups based on forest products. We have work with Impact Hub and many other work in this ecosystem with the small companies in order. Consider that part of the role of the scale of these companies is part of the ecosystem. We may scale just the way we do in the industrial pole. So it is important to recognize, and then once again I say, why did we bring this event to Manaus? Because we talk about conservation of the forest, and we do not talk that much about the importance of the industry. The sector of IDB Invest reorganize themselves in order to hold these diversities in private sectors, since the industrial pole of Manaus or Belém or industry in Colombia, and start looking at the private sector, no matter if they have to do with the preservation of the forest, but because they reduce the economical pressure on the forest, preserve means that as well, and get ready to act in this level of great big industry. Manaus have factories established since 1962, and this sector is extremely important. Should we get the understanding that from the players of the private sectors, which are the other private sector in Amazon, for us to act together. That is the tourism, gastronomy, changing the scale, constructing a very interesting ecosystem, river, fluvial transportation. What we are doing, we are understanding the role of IDB, besides bringing investment, besides understanding in a better way how to work with the private sectors and government in Amazon, is to make these connections. So we are getting ready, we are prepared in order to provide the synergy between the different sectors. We have a set of processes running. Perfect. Thank you, Tatiana.
Akren Isper Jr., if I spell it correctly. You're the chief. He's the chief executive officer of CADA. CADA, in Portuguese, é a Companhia Amazonense de Desenvolvimento. In English, basically, is the Amazonian Company for Development and Mobilization of Assets. So my question to you, related to what we heard in the morning of the concept of originate to share. We hear a lot of, and we've seen a lot of resources available in the international markets in different ways, in blended finance, in investments, in equity, and different varieties. But there's a perception that these resources don't arrive to the region, to the state of Amazonas or the other regions in other countries. So my question to you is, what type of instruments and what type of tools CADA and other organisms similar to like yours have developed, or what's in your view? What are those tools that need to be implemented in order for those resources to come in larger volumes and in a more effective way? So please.
Thank you for being here. First of all, we need to mitigate risks. All the investors, they want the mitigations of risk to invest here in the Amazon. So we try blended finances. We do a lot of blended finances in CADA. We actually here in the Amazon states, we have a fund, a PPP fund, a private partnership fund, that if the private partner doesn't receive in 3 months, this fund pays the private partner. So that's just one of the instruments that we can make and to show that Amazonas is a very good place to invest. It's a good place to live. I'm gonna take like that, she said, come and here, come and visit. We are not just forests. Inside the forest, there are people, and we can't say that we wanna bring funds for the preservations of the trees without the people inside. Our governor, Wilson Lima, always says that. We need to bring resources to the people, because the people in the forests, they are the ones that prevent deforestation. We have like 36 or 34 open reservations that are sustainable with management and commerce. And of the 34 reservations, the index of deforestation is like 0.4. So the people we need to influence, we need to bring the blended finance, the leverage, the philanthropic finance to bring the private finance also here to Brazil, here to Amazonas. We need to make a lot of changes in our legislature. We got now in Brazil, I just got, we have a bill that's just being formulated, that's Bill 182 from 2024, that should create the regulatory framework for carbon markets in Brazil. So that's gonna be stimulating the whole Brazil, the decarbonization of the entire Brazil. And also, we need to talk about technology. We need to talk about the Internet of Things. We need to connect the entire forest with sensors and everything so we can know in real time. We need AGI, artificial generative intelligence, to ask about the impact of those programs and use blockchain, use DLT, distributed ledger technology that's known as blockchain, to for the traceability of all the commerce, of all the materials that come in and out of the Amazon. We can use blockchain to forest inventory. We can use blockchain to mineration. We can use blockchain to see exactly where that prime stock came from and where did they go. And we can use that as a brand, as an Amazonian brand. Because Amazonas is a brand. Not the Amazonia Legal, not the forest. Amazonas is a brand, and we need to use that brand to bring more resources to the Amazon people. And that's something like that I want to talk about.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let me jump from that to financial inclusion, and let me introduce Oberdan Pandolfi Ermita. Oberdan is the president of Sicobi Credip, and he's also a board member of Sicobi, a large cooperative in Brazil. So Oberdan, thank you again for being here with us. My question to you is related to the diversity of the communities that we have in the northern region of Brazil and also in other regions in all the other countries that share the Amazon basin. We have indigenous communities, we have quilombolas, we have river comunidades ribeirinhas, we have small and medium companies, and we have a vast territory. So when you combine all those things and you think about financial inclusion, that brings a lot of challenges in terms of how you can better serve those clients or those potential clients and markets in financial inclusion. So my question to you is, what strategies and what has worked for you and what hasn't worked for the institution in order to provide those services and to tackle those communities?
Okay, thank you. I will answer in Portuguese. Sorry. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm from the region. I have a beautiful nut tree, Brazilian nut tree. And I have it is very similar, very beautiful. Just this scenario is very beautiful, based on a Brazilian nut tree. Sicobi is a cooperative, and we have the largest presence in Brazilian territory. We have the biggest presence here in Amazon. The main strategy of ours is in the proximity. We do not forget technology, it reduces costs, but the proximity to be present allows us to advance in financial citizenship. Amazon is a big diversity of different peoples. It's incredible diversity. Our presence allows to take the service due to considering the reality of the community. This is a branch of the financial citizenship. It is the finance and education incentivized by the central bank. We have Feltrin with us. He was one of the creators of financial education in the countries. We are faced, once we are in the community, the cooperative believes that once you are in the company, you impact the people, offer the service, and educate them financially. This is our contribution to that. And the access to the service generates opportunity in the context of each community. Let me give you an example. Mr. Valdir Aruá, from an indigenous community. He produces coffee. He didn't have condition to access credit. And with this proximity allows him to access this credit. There are many actors who make this. Our main strategy should be close, connecting the actors. We are part of a gear and connecting the actors, the players in the territory for local development, considering the potentials of each sector, of each part of the region without degradation. It is a potential, and there are many actors doing the same. It is important to construct bridges between them. So what strategies should be present in the communities? Considering the business, we are not a bank, we are a cooperative institution. Our impact was around 25 billion of reais in the economy for our associated. These are fair businesses to each community. To be closer and consider the loop with the territory, connect the players with the people who live there in order to give them more dignity and find forms to get income and preserve the forest. Has been our strategy: people, business, and territory. Perfect. Thank you. Let me return to Ilora about another question. We have a short time, but we have time. My question for you is, deixa eu voltar para o inglês.
We all understand of the relevance of protecting the forest and developing in a sustainable way the communities and the people that live on those communities, and obviously the forest. And there's a big discussion on what's the best way to do that. So not putting you on the spot, but just putting you, I just wanted to ask you very specifically, how do you believe that we can foster this, what we call the new economies in the region, as an alternative, for the local communities, to evolve and be part of the solution? So if you can elaborate, a little bit of the research that the IDB has done, and obviously in your experience, that would be very interesting to hear.
Sure. So, I think we all addressed similar issues here, and what I would like to say now is that there's plenty of opportunity, especially for these, what we call nature economies. Again, this terminology is not, let's say, standardized that. I'm calling this nature economies, but could be bioeconomy, could be nature-based solutions. And I think, again, doing it right is good for everybody. And I think that's the only choice we have. So with that lens, I think there is work to be done on the public policy front. So we're speaking here about, de-risking territory, de-risking finance, which was brought in terms of blended finance models, and also, of course, regulation that is appropriate to this kind of business. And I just add a layer on when we look into the issues that I spoke before, uncertainty, insecurity, informality, we do need also to put, let's say, a common agenda as a priority for policy change. And this requires all levels, multiple, powers of the state, requires regional cooperation, because what we're discussing here are very porous borders, so the problems and the people and the goods all float around. So you have to have a macro, let's say, regional look, and we don't cooperate in the region, we don't cooperate inside the country, we don't cooperate in our communities, And all these illicit economies, they are converging, they cooperate, they take all the opportunities to do business together. So it's on us to change the paradigm. They are doing it too well, to be honest, and we have to start looking differently. So what are the opportunities for cooperation? I think first, I think we already identified the common pain points that we have. And to deal with these pain points individually, as like a sole company, a sole entrepreneur, is super costly. It's lonely, it's dangerous, it's everything. So you don't face the status quo by yourself. We don't need more martyrs, like we need actually success. So the approach that we're pushing forward is that we need to develop ecosystems of collaborative stakeholders that are multiple, from public, private, philanthropic, entrepreneurial, specialists, local communities, and really land in territories to shift the modus operandi. And this can be done now because there is light, there is interest, there is, I think, a moment, but we can't miss this opportunity. So basically, let's try to mitigate in collective efforts the reputational, operational, financial risks, take opportunity of the richness of the people in these territories as well, and build new supply chains that include them, but with the light that there is enough information and lessons for us to do it differently. And that's what we, I think, should vow for.
Okay, thank you. Tatiana, I'm going to move a little bit quicker because we're running out of time. So, Tatiana, capturing a little bit of the role of multilateral institutions like IDB and others that are present here, but global development institutions. I just wanted to ask you on two things. The first one, the IDB group has leading efforts in the Amazon Forever initiative, which you are leading. And also, we have led the discussions with our governors of the 8 countries that are part of the Amazon Basin in order to have a coordination role in terms of different initiatives that are occurring in the region. So my question to you is how we coordinate all those things together, how we can put them together in actual actions, and what the bank, what IDB is doing in terms of, bringing all those ideas and stakeholders and bringing them down, in terms of actual actions that we can provide. So if you can share a bit of those, situations and examples, that would be great.
Ótimo. Vou usar a expressão do colega.
To use the expression to link the knots, tie the knots. IDB has an important role in being one of the actors that tie the knots. This is a role of multilateral, joint multilateral actors to guarantee that everybody knows what we're talking about. What is Amazonia Forever? In 2021, IDB understood that to operate in a more strategic way within the 8 countries, and it has to be an operation based in the territory and the wisdom, knowledge of the territories, and the articulation with different stakeholders, and the main theme the territory brings. With the president, we perceive that the bid alone cannot do what is necessary to be done. And then he launched these umbrella programs called Amazonia Forever with 5 thematic axes and strategic axes: deforestation and strengthening of environmental safety in the scope of national sovereignty, launched the bioeconomy program and the creative economy, because we know that today in Amazon region, the creative economy generates a lot of jobs. It's an important sector. An example just like the Opera Festival, Parintins Festival, Belém City. That is a pole. The main axis are the people. In the Amazon, in the whole region, the access to public policies, the rate of education, safety, infrastructure, access to energy, all that are the wars in each country. How can we revert this standard of development in which in these regions. For more, very important are the resilience to understand that today Amazon is urbanized Amazon. You are in a city of almost 3 million people with a state of 90% of the territory preserved, and the cities have strategic roles in the maintenance of the forest and the protection of the people. And the fifth most important is to take a look at the economy that generates a lot of results to Amazon is cattle and agriculture and forest economy. To take a look at this, understanding that the bank has an important role on that in order to support the transition to a agro-sustainable business, not exclude without excluding the preservation of the forest themes, considering the violence against women at the biggest rate in Amazon. Quilombola, Afro-descendant, as they call in other countries, and all the riverine population, which is strategic for the preservation and protection of the forest. But we are not generating income for these people. The institutional strengthening, and the bank has a role. This is our role, I'd say, as a cooperative. IDB in the limit is a very big cooperative. Once the owners of the bid is the countries, Latin American countries and Caribbean countries. We have the idea to support the government in the solutions. We are the economic branch of these countries. So our strategic role is to tighten the knots, create connections. In subnational levels, IDB has worked with the state government in several projects in many states, and our great challenge is to reach the municipalities because the life happens in the municipalities. And we have to do all that to start the discussion on preservation of the forest and the people. It's a big proposal for the program. We recognize that we do not do it alone. So we finance, we maintain a network of Ministry of Finances. We have a cooperation, a green coalition with BNDES that organize the smaller banks, making big effort to join private banks in Amazon Finance Network. There is a network of mayors. We have a network of research. Luz Marina is here to witness that. We have a straight partnership with the World Bank to start competing less in the territory and working together, understanding and share knowledge. We are closer to Ecto. We understand that we cannot do anything all by ourselves. Diversities and the not should be tighted. We have to do it talking and preserve the territory. Thank you, Tatiana. Macreo.
First answer on carbon credits and a little bit of technology. So I just want to, touch base on those aspects as well. We have a lot of experience in digital instruments and technology. I wanted to ask you, how do you see technology and innovation coming specifically, at carbon credits, biodiversity credits, and what CADA it's doing on the state of Amazonas it's doing on that aspect, which is obviously very relevant for existing and future opportunities in the state of Amazonas, and also obviously in the other states of the Região Norte. So, please.
CADA is now the custodian of all the vintage carbon credits of the old programs. So we're in charge of monetizing those assets and then giving those assets back to the climate change funds to use in the same communities where those credits were originated. So when I was talking to you about BaaS, blockchain as a service, we need to use blockchain as a service to trace and see exactly where those carbon credits came from, or tokenize those carbon credits and lock them down in a fund, so you cannot access it without authorization of all the players and the stakeholders of the funds. Like we saw a lot of tokens, the persons always unload the liquidity pool and leave the persons without anything. So we need products and tokens and the blockchain as a service to use them to leverage the carbon credits to our advantage. To take, I'm going to take again something from the governor, that we need to think about sustainability, but sustainability with the traditional people of the Amazon, with food on the table, with living decency. We need to take those people that live in the forest and make them good, make them live well. And that's the first thing we can do to make sustainability alive. Using blockchain, using the Internet of Things to have awareness for real-time awareness of what's happening in the forest, have interconnectivity to have educational programs, financial educational programs, crypto programs. Why not teach crypto for the indigenous people? We have a lot of things. We need a marketplace so we can have the Amazonian products in those marketplaces to take the people from the forest and connect them with the world and sell those products to the world with the brand of Amazon. And that's our mission here, and that's, I think, the missions of everyone that's here in this debate.
That's a beautiful mission, actually, right? So I hope you can count with us, obviously, and with many of the people here. So very interesting. So thank you. Roberta, vou te ajudar aqui. Vou mudar para.
I'll help you. I'll turn you into Portuguese. Getting back to your answers on the first question about challenges. We talk a lot about how we can universalize financial services in the North region. That brings benefits not just in the social part, but economic too, obviously. But most important is for us to be able to provide this service in a proper manner, shortly, in a format that will be useful for this type of community, as we talked at the beginning. I'd like you to go on to talk about that. We're talking about almost 50 million people in the whole Amazonian region. I'd like to ask you specifically about solutions you have found for the problems you have found to assist the population, and ask you to be granular about what it means in terms of assisting these populations in a more proper manner. That's the challenge. It's not simple. The answer, the question is being built. The Amazon has some challenges, its diversity, its distances, its small economic scales. Some time to assist the population, so all those are important challenges. What we have realized is that education and financial literacy is a preparation. It's an important topic that should be part of the financial inclusion agenda. So that's an important pillar we have worked on. The solutions themselves, we have lots of products in portfolio to assist the community. But how to communicate with this community so they may understand not exactly the challenges, have new products, but be able to dialogue with those communities so we may provide in their comprehension those products access to financial service. There is no point in giving them a credit card, but to understand if the person will be in debt, that's what we're talking about. So this work is hand in hand with literacy and inclusion, the provision of the service. And we are talking about major diversity, be able to adapt. These languages of this population have small communities. Some indigenous communities are connecting to the actors of the territory to try and help. That's for us. The Amazon has a robust case. It's important for the region of Rondônia, for example. So those are the actions we are learning to do. Thank you. That's perfect. Well, time is up. Thank you for the discipline.
Thank you very much
for accepting this invitation and for joining us today and in the event. And thank you, all of you, for listening to this panel. I guess that we all understand and are aware of the challenges that the region obviously faces. The good news, and we were discussing this with the panelists before, is that there's a lot of things going on basically trying to find a solution. So we understand that obviously the willing is there, the conditions are there, and then it is basically, a matter of speeding up the process in order to, to support the region and the sustainable development of the communities and the region. So thank you very much again for everyone, and we will close here. So thank you.
Muito obrigada, Juan.
Thank you very much, Juan, members of the panel. Great discussion. Now I would like to invite for a dialogue about water, safety, access to water, and agriculture. We welcome Gabriel Azevedo, Chief of Strategy for BID Invest, and Rodrigo Brito, the Director for Sustainability of Coca-Cola for Brazil and Conesul.
Good morning, everyone. I believe it is good afternoon. I hope you joined the day. I believe we are gonna have an interesting conversation with a representative of a global trademark, maybe the most well-known trademark in the planet, and they are investing in the region. It's one of the the oldest factory of Coca-Cola is in Manaus, and they have invested in sustainable agriculture, recycling, reprocessing of plastic, resin. Rodrigo, welcome. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you for the partnership with the Coca-Cola for this event and other opportunities we are looking for together. How would you like to start this conversation? Thank you, Gabriel. I thank the whole team of IDB Invest for this. Congratulate you for this event. A lot of important discussion, good people, and Coca-Cola is being more than 80 years in Brazil, 34 years in Manaus. And from here, all the concentrated that supply not only Brazil but other 5 countries for 12 consecutive years is the biggest exporter in free trade zone of Manaus. Last year we exported more than 1 billion of reais in the Manaus unit. It is a global company, a global trademark with a clear strategy of how our strategy in the circulation of water and packing and economic opportunities that we generate in each local. But when we arrive here in Manaus, in the region, along the 34 years, we are talking about the whole guarana that Coca-Cola uses is produced here in the state. It is started as a project, but now is the chain itself, the supply chain itself, involving different actors, more than 30,000 producers that produce guarana in monitored areas and agroforest systems, and a chain that does not emit a rate of carbon in a very low rate. Another example that we like to mention that this year we will empower, I don't know who is guaranteed and who is caprichoso, but we can make a survey here, but this year, the Festival of Parintins, which is a big party, we are talking about in this year, Azul will offer 100 flights direct to Parintins, moving, displacing more than 100,000 tourists. We are sponsoring these parties, this party for almost 20 years. Many people, local people, go to work in the Carnival of Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, thanks to the abilities, the skills that were built in the region. We have relevant and historical partnership with Sustainable Amazon, Amazonas Sustentável. Since 2009, we are working with FAS, with more than 1,000 hectares of forest, access to water program. It's interesting data. We had the biggest drought in Amazon and Pará. We received videos of local inhabitants that sent reports to us thanking everything. The river is completely dried, but we have our water because we have our wells working perfectly. So since 2017, in Pará and Amazon, as PROC, there are now 85 riverine communities using underground water. We're talking about numbers, IDB event, we have to mention numbers. And the investment is 5 to 6 times more expensive to make this. It's more in Amazon than any other place in the world. It's a diesel fuel, the logistic cost for collecting, recycling, all the logistic complexity is bigger, and it shall be considered for any initiative here. Everything we do not do it all by ourselves. We have local partners with a lot of knowledge about the region. Rodrigo, tell me, the point you mentioned about the partnership and analyze are the points that our CEO highlighted. The challenges and opportunities are very significant, yet we cannot do anything all by ourselves. You had the opportunity to visit with our colleagues with the James and IFC partners. And Coca-Cola invited us to visit small producers in rural zones that supply guarana with all these matters, facing all the logistic problems. And you have just told us that it's only possible with good local partners. Tell us about it. How do you think an event like this may result in new partnerships, new concrete results for all we want to do in Latin America? I love a sentence of Mike Ridley that he says that innovation happens when the ideas make sense. I think that an event like this, everybody
take something and bring something back. So the combination, synergies, and complementarity. And the most interesting in this event is that it integrates private sectors, banks, government, civil society. And I believe we can use now a great slogan is united for the world. If we do not have development without social tissue, without social interaction, any interaction might be directed with the participation of the basic communities. If they do not have a community operator, they define the rates. If you do not have it at a communitary level, within 3 years at most, the pump will be broken. So the ownership, the collaboration must be concentrated in all the levels, each participant level. There are more people lending presentially, visiting the way, the way we did, knowing local actors. So the possibility are exponential. I'm very happy when I hear you saying this kind of thing. One of our objectives is to make this event in Manaus is exactly this, to bring people, to bring partners, to bring clients, investors, impact investors, to know the region, the reality of the region. Because we found with our experience, with the negative experience I believe in the past, that we cannot reach a region just like Amazon region with import and receipt from other places. We have to develop the projects and partnerships customized to the reality of the region. I don't know what you think about how can we how do we accelerate this process of co-construction to visit that you provided to us, that you offered to us. Let me tell you two stories that combine with the discussion. To come for the ones who are here need to know external experiences. This exchange is very healthy. We have a lot of investment not only in the front, but to exchange, knowing the reality in different countries, in Bolivia, Peru, Brazil. These experiences reduces the curve of apprenticeship. It's more than 20 years we sponsor Parintins Festival, and we take a lot of guests there. You sponsor the festival, but there is no trash baskets on the streets. What is Coca-Cola doing about the waste generated during the festival? And 3 years ago, together with the Secretary of State partnership, Impact Hub Manaus, Juliana is here, we thought, let us create a program of collection and recycling together with the Association of Parintins. And in our office, great numbers, Parintins without waste, recycled Parintins, and they came the participation, recycling Galera, because there is the Galera of Garantido and Galera of Caprichoso. Galera is the people who cheers for the association, for each team, and then raise what is Galera that collects more, that recycles more. We are in the third edition this year with more than 60 points of collection of waste, of recycling. So we listen, we dialogue, and we create, and we land something in the place with the local DNA. Let me tell you, I don't know if everybody knows, but we are around 900 people, more than 30,000 online, 13,000 online. 70% is foreigners.
wouldn't be worth to explain the two boys in Parintins. Many people here do not know what is Parintins, what is Garantido e Caprichoso. It's out of a script, but it's essential to. It is an opera of the forest, different of a carnival with the street. Everything changes the theme. Every year in Parintins Festival, they retell the same myths, the same stories. So the two competitors, the two associations, Garantidos and Caprichosos, everything worth points, count points for the teams. It's a big celebration and it's very impressive. It's the only place in the world where Coca-Cola is blue or was blue, because red is Garantido and blue is Caprichoso. It's the only place in the world where Coca-Cola was blue. For the state, this year, due to the Big Brother television, I was told that the land will dive in the river. You will submerge. That's the strength of Amazon. The only place in the world where Coca-Cola was blue. That's the power of the region. It happened in the countryside of Amazon. Tell me, Rodrigo, I don't know, in CNN I heard in the news an announcement about this week Coca-Cola is creating new investment in social programs. Can you tell us a bit about that? We announced a new investment for access to water in Amazon. Partnership with FAS in Pará, a partnership of Som de Alegria, 4 million reais, and 2 million through Caixa Association of Catadores to access water in recycling, circular economy in Pará and Amazon. This water, we announced this year, but we are doing this since 2017. We know that we are aware of the perspective of drought. This investment for the ones who are abroad, we are in a place where 11% of fresh water in the world, with people without without access to drinking water. So there is the lack of access to sanitary system and energy and communication. 2016, last year I was in Parintins, and the role of technology. Last year the whole path to Parintins with the Starlink internet. The speed was fantastic, better than in my house in Rio de Janeiro. So the technology for the future is a key element for sustainable development. In 2016, the sign was 0, but with the new investment that reaches 6 million reais with a live partner who are with us since it's been a long time. You mentioned another theme. You mentioned the social digital inclusion, which is fundamental to generate the new Amazon economy we aim. About everything we spoke, let me ask you, with the capillarity you have, the biggest brand in Brazil, in the planet, this network, you're talking about FAS, Vigílio is running it, Saúde and Alegria Association. Can you see space for a company like Coca-Cola through the networks to make easy all the participation, multilateral actors, associations, banks, and other stakeholders, recycling patches, bottles, and that may cause the good for the people. Without this economical sense, it's very little probable the sustainability to last. When we talk about connectivity programs, we're talking about
major scale of thousands of tons of PET bottles. It's not a beautiful program there with the reputation. So how can we live from 0 to 100% collection in the country up to 2030? We are in 50%, we were in 13 in 2020. So when we talk about recycled resin plants of PET aggregators, today 1 kilo of PET is $3.50 in São Paulo and Rio. 20 years ago it was 20 cents. So today the PET is the most collected material after the aluminum because it has economic value. Partnerships with banks, states, other companies for actions that will mess up with the chain and transform it. It is something that is in our DNA. The pandemic did that a lot. We even had partnership with Henner shops to replace all the Coca-Cola fleet of trucks, distributed mattresses, pillows, towels, water for 110 hospitals, and now Rio Grande do Sul with Tetra Pak. The whole part of action and citizenship, water, investment for the cooperative of collectors. Now it's in the reconstruction of a small business. So just to close a case in the pandemic that I guess we should look for that this year. In the pandemic, we simply by sharing the registration of migrant and small entrepreneurs that pay well, we were able to unlock with the Caixa Econômica Federal Bank 2.3 billion reais of loan for small business impacted. So I guess this is the beautiful thing of partnerships, scale, and alliances that do make sense for all of us. So I guess this is something that we like, we believe, and we see that as the best formula for this world we want. That's fantastic. You mentioned the two aspects of inclusion that I find to be fundamental and that we're going to be discussing, trying to promote here in the region. You talked about digital inclusion, now you talk about financial inclusion, the role you had in this initiative that is so important. I don't know, I think you brought a surprise for our Sustainability Week. I don't know whether you want to present the surprise with your final words. And I'd like to take the chance to thank you for your partnership and the opportunity to work with you here, and I know many other programs. Thank you very much. I hope we will be together in other countries. We talked a lot about Brazil, but that happens in Colombia, Peru, Mexico. This DNA is pretty much present, and we believe by acting like this, if Coca-Cola has 108 years, is because of this DNA, the continuity in this way of acting. And we always had lots of projects with different names, and that was very difficult to tell those stories because we're holding the event in Manaus. Let's make a video telling those stories as a whole, showing all those allies, and then we made this video. I would like to ask you to play it first hand for you, so let's watch it for the first time. Thank you. Can we please show Coca-Cola's video?
Obrigado, Rodrigo. Parabéns.
Congratulations. Now we'll stop for lunch. And please return on time for us to continue today.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. We have a panel. My fault. We have one more panel. Sorry.
So thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Gabriel, for this amazing dialogue. And now we have our next panel. It's sustainable food systems and building a long-term resilience and ensuring food security in Latin America and the Caribbean. And for this panel, we'd like to invite Guillermo Foscarini, Managing Director of Corporate Division at the IDB Invest, and all the members of this panel. So please.
Daniela. Só posso falar. Obrigado.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guillermo Foscarini. I'm the Managing Director. I'm in charge of the Corporate Division of IDB Invest, basically in charge of investments in 4 sectors. Agribusiness, manufacturing, so all the industrials, tourism sector, as well as the digital economy sector, basically telecom, media and technology, and digital-born businesses. I'm very excited to be here with you, but I have to make a confession. When I wake up this morning, I looked at the program and said, I'm gonna be moderating the last panel before lunch, and about food security, you know, and I was very, very concerned about that. Luckily, then I heard Eric talked about the future of Latin America, and he mentioned that half of us are going to lose our jobs in the next 5 to 10 years. So that made me, gave me peace of mind. So with that, why are we going to talk about resilient food systems and food security? I would say basically because of 2 reasons. First is probably the most pressing and most difficult challenge that we face as a region. Here we're talking about access to drinking water and continuous access to nutritious food to satisfy our needs and to live a healthy life. That's basically in overall the definition of food security. Someone has to have continuous access, economic and physical access to nutritious food or food with enough quality and nutrition to satisfy our needs, to live a healthy life. So here, basically, if we don't have access to food and drinking water, nothing else matters. No, we cannot talk about development without satisfying our basic needs. And then the second reason why I think this is an important topic is because how difficult it is to tackle food security. Because of the how multidimensional the problem is. Here we're talking about the effect of climate change, how climate change is affecting how we produce food, the amount of food and the stability of the food, of the quantity and quality of the food that we produce. Here we're talking about food losses. 30%, roughly speaking, of what is being produced is getting lost somewhere in the production chain. Here we're talking about multidimensional problems that affect how we produce and also the quality of the food that we produce, the nutritional content of the food that we consume. If you look at the situation in Latin America from the 10,000 foot level, you can see, okay, Latin America is the breadbasket of the world. It fits, it's the main food exporting region in the world. But then if you double click on that information or that piece of information, you quickly realize that it's not all roses. There are a lot of inequalities. There are a lot of problems of poverty, inequality, problem of access to food, problems of access to nutritious food. And then you quickly realize that only 4 or 5 countries are actually net food exporters, predominantly in the southern cone. So Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and even in those countries that are food exporters, you see deep, deep problems of access to nutritious food within those countries. So we face a number of challenges. And let me give you just a quick numbers, because I am a numbers guy. So, I always want to have a dimension of the problem before discussing how to solve it. 250 million people suffer from food insecurity in Latin America. That's roughly 37% of the population. Here in Brazil, país más grande do mundo in agribusiness, not in football, 27% food insecurity. 6.5% of population in Latin America and the Caribbean suffer of hunger. 4% here in Brazil. 43 million people in Latin America. Food insecurity affects disproportionately more women than men. 9% more in women than men. 8% more in rural areas than in urban areas. Then 63% of the population in Latin America and the Caribbean is either overweight or malnourished. 63%, almost 3 million people. And Latin America, one last data point, Latin America has the highest cost of a healthy diet, $4, more than $4 a day. Anywhere else is lower than that in the world. So the magnitude of the problem is real, and it's affecting all of us, and it's affecting populations all across the region, especially in the Caribbean. The numbers that I just gave you are much higher in the Caribbean. So it's a real problem. So with that, and that introduction, I'm gonna quickly introduce our distinguished panelists, which I'm very thankful for having being with us here today. Let me introduce first to Daniela Godoy. She's a senior policy officer at FAO, in charge of the regional coordinator for better nutrition here in Latin America. Rosario Bazan, founder and CEO of Damper, one of the main agribusiness exporters of Peru. And then Siniro Costa, scientist and climate, food system and sustainable finance at the Alliance of Biodiversity International at CIAT, based in Cali, Colombia. So thank you very much for being with me here today. So let me start with Daniela. And Daniela, you work in FAO. Can you give us an overview of the situation of food security in Latin America and how you guys at FAO are working on this subject?
Bueno, primero quisiera saludarlos a todos y todas, muy contento de estar acá, justo antes del almuerzo, pero ya se han dado introducciones bastante interesantes, así que voy a...
It's very interesting. After food safety and nutrition in the world, which is a publication that is in FAO together with other agencies for an overview of the different indicators of food safety, that the world is very far from meeting the targets of the Sustainable Development number 2, to eradicate starvation, improve the access to sufficient food, and also approach the malnutrition this way. The last data show that 361 and 723 people in the world starve in 2022. What would be represent 122 million people in 2019 before the pandemic of COVID-19. About Latin America and the Caribbean that Guillermo mentioned, we should highlight the prevalence of starvation. In 2022, of 5% to 7%, but we should highlight we have an increase in this prevalence of 2014, which accelerates more during the pandemic. Not to mention there are important challenges on starvation in the region. On one side, there are different ways of the Caribbean, but on the other hand, there are groups of population that present signs that are larger. On the other hand, we have the indicator food unsafety that is moderated or severe, which is indicated that we also carry out in this publication in different years. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, the last measurement, we also have a reduction of this prevalence, but we highlight important challenges because it is the women who present major prevalence of men, the ones that are mostly affected. When we talk about food safety, we must have some dimensions, the dimension of availability, the dimension of access, the dimension of use, and the dimension of stability. There must be the four ones. In the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, we see it's not a problem of availability because we know the region produces more than double of the food they need to feed the population of the region. But this is seen in a different manner because we know there are countries that import food, other export, so there is a problem of excess. And the excess is from the look of the physical excess, but also the economic excess. The people who have less income and also those who have less access to nutritional food and healthy diet. That's why it's important to work from this perspective. But on the other hand, there is a fundamental problem with the economic excess that was mentioned, Guillermo. The healthy diet in Latin America and the Caribbean is more expensive in comparison to other regions. This fundamentally affects the
vulnerable population. And there are other aspects, just like inflation, economical acceleration. There are some conductors that effectively the system cannot be transformed, and we can provide the necessary access. But on the other hand, we need to talk about the system of use of the food and the nutrients that we have in Latin America and Caribbean, which has the nutritional indicators. We have an increase of the obesity in children of less and adults and anemia in women. And there is the other way that indicates bad nutrition. The obesity, the estimates, global estimates observing the need of working in order to provide more access to the food and accessible diet. There are many difficulties in the food matters and nutrition, and we can approach it with the agro system to be more resilient and more sustainable. Now, pass to. No que diz respeito à segurança.
You have dedicated your life to study resilient food systems. What are your priorities, your research priorities these days when it comes to food systems and resilience?
Sure. ¿Me escuchan? No. Ahora sí me escucha. Okay, gracias. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a real.
First of all, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
We have a very happy life in Colombia. I'm Brazilian, and to be honest, I have to confess that it's been a long time I don't participate in a in-person event that I can speak Portuguese. And I will take the advantage to switch to Português, pero puedo contestar em espanhol, ok? Então, obrigado a todos pela participação, obrigado pela...
Thank you for your question. Thank you for the participation. I work for the International Center of Research, Tropical Research, CITH, which is part of an alliance of all the Center of Research, Biodiversity. And there is an alliance of Biodiversity International, CITH. And this center is part of the CDII, which is a consortium of institution of agribusiness research. It's the biggest consortium, the biggest center of research in the world in this area. We are operating in 100 countries, more than 80,000 scientists, and we have the opportunity to have a global look regarding to the food systems and how they are evolving and behaving along the time. When we compare, for example, the matter of production of food and productivity of these food systems, we have to recognize that Latin America had many advances compared to other regions. Practically all the commodities, all the values grew, the productivity and production within the last 20 years. Considering the meat production, it grew twice, cereals 3-4 times, fruits, lettuce, vegetables, all they grew increase within the last 20 years. But the greatest point is that the look forward is that within the next 20 years, up to 2050, we have to execute another job in this value chain. And this is the great issue that we are not going to be able to use the same approach, the same mechanisms for production. So we have to incorporate more and more new technologies in the production, innovate in the system of production, especially when we consider that the system, though they have improved along the time, they are very vulnerable, especially to climate changes. Regard to the food systems, the organization is obviously developing many research on that, on the themes, with three very important pillars that support research on food systems. Climate action, that where we shall implement and adopt practices that reduce greenhouse effect emissions. The other part is agrodiversity. We have to diversify our production system in order to improve the nutritional quality, access to food, and food security. The other point is the matter of land use. We must improve or increase the production and productivity in the already open areas, or reduce the open areas and redirect them to other uses, just like reforestation or no agricultural means. We have some enablers called enablers, which are sustainable finances. The other one is digital, for us to scale all these solutions. And the last one the social inclusion. We are basing our research is related to food system within this, considering these three pillars with the three enablers. Obrigado. Você menciona, you mentioned that
and you some productivity improvements, but let me get back to you later. Now moving on to Rosario, and Rosario is, I learned today that Rosario, that Damper, her company, was IDB Invest first agribusiness client, like more than 10 years ago. And since then we have formed a very strong partnership, doing many things together. But Rosario, why don't you tell us about Damper itself and your role that you're playing in Peru and with your supply chain?
Bien, en primer lugar, gracias Guillermo y gracias
Thank you, Guillermo. Thank you, IDB Invest, for this invitation. Whenever I talk or discuss about the sector of agribusiness for Latin America and Caribbean region, on the whole world, of course, it is key to guarantee our lives, to assure food safety in our region and in the planet. It's been 30 years, about 30 years I had the opportunity of Damper. And I did it in a moment when Peru had almost didn't have any hope. We were in economical, political crisis, and our agro industry was in a very low level. We only produced sugarcane, some grapes, and asparagus. And then we had the opportunity to be a co-founder of Damper. And then I did it because I need to contribute with the development of my country in a sector that contributes to the inclusive growth, generating jobs through the economical growth that generates through a company that will be able to connect its progress with the progress of their works or the family of the employees, taking care of the planet. And since it's been 30 years up to now, Peru has turned in one of the most important countries producing and exporting food, superfood, avocado, asparagus, and pepper. And the region of Latin America and Caribbean, we know it was turned into a important stakeholder for food safety for the whole planet. We have a lot of challenges. I believe the main ones are the level of poverty that Guilherme mentioned. 37% of the population in Latin America, and this reality will reverberate in each country. In Peru, the level of poverty is 32%. What does it mean? Poverty is a term. It is a difficult system to understand when you are not poor. I know the poor very close because most of our producers, our agricultures are poor. They live in a situation of vulnerability. Living in poverty, you are excluded of basic service of human development, no access to sanitary system, energy, connectivity. So my question, are we talking about sustainable chain, sustainable productive chain? How can we do that when our supply chains are sustainable when a percentage of live in subhuman conditions. I believe the sustainability is connected. Of course, we can talk about climate change, but what are the impacts to the life, impacts on supply chain and food systems? Sustainability is related to social justice, the balance of social inequality, reduction of matters of gender, especially, and we have to involve all the stakeholders in generation of means of life, dignified means of life for all the people. As a damper, we have the sense, very clear purpose is to transcend the economic objectives in order to contribute in the development of our sectors, generating dignifying conditions to our employees, for their families, for the communities, and taking care of the climate. Because only with that we will be able to avoid that these inequalities, the extreme poverty affect all of us in Latin America, may put into risk our population, especially our organizations, and in our region, and in the planet. Thank you, Rosario. Daniela.
How resilient are the food systems in Latin America?
¿Se me escucha? Sí, perfecto. Bueno, en primer lugar, siguiendo un poco de lo que se estaba mencionando anteriormente, quería tomarme esas palabras y reafirmar que los sistemas agroalimentarios requieren una transformación.
That we need, that demands a transformation. We have to be more efficient and more inclusive, especially in the lesson of a high level of inequality. And there is a theme of resilience. We know that have to improve our abilities, the system, the communities, in order to prevent, to adapt, and to respond and recover in a positive, efficient way. In this sense, how do we see the agro-food system? Once we are working for the resilience of these systems. During the pandemic, COVID, you saw that we had affected the chains of food supply chains. In all the member states, how could we respond and advance in the recovery after the pandemic? The inclusion of the food system in South America that was exported food. The positive with the implementation with the social issues for all the member states. And the effects of the inflation, for example. In many countries in the region, with the development of oil and gas, somehow they import, bringing more resources for public budgets to invest in food protection, social protection, distribution of food. In this sense, generate resilience in this agroalimentary system and resilience in the
agri-food system, which require a full response as those we are talking about, and it also requires a collaboration of all sectors and all actors by the agri-food system. They all have a role. The government, the member states, civil society, the academia, scientists, and the private sector. The private sector has a strong role for the development of innovation technology to to the resilience of the agri-food system through the clean production of food that is more nourishes, which is contributed for healthy one through other actions to reduce the waste of food. And then all the effects for the food system to be more sustainable and resilient.
To Siniro and go into probably a sensitive topic, which is the animal protein sector, and in particular the beef sector, which you've been working on for a long time and you're an expert on. The beef sector or the animal protein sector, if I'm not mistaken, represent roughly speaking 40% of the sector's GDP in the region, with providing hundreds and thousands of jobs all across the region. So it's difficult to think about developing resilient food systems without getting involved in the animal protein and in the beef sector in particular. How do you see this sector? What are the innovations or the evolution that the sector is making to be more resilient, to work on adaptation and mitigation when it comes to climate change and other aspects? Also considering the importance that the protein sector has when it comes to food security.
Sure. Bom.
These controversial topics and those that mostly attract me and attract most of my research. We have a major focus in stock breeding because the numbers show, our research show, it is a sector we can't avoid. If we do not work directly with it, no climate commitment or any other environmental commitment may be met, because it's a huge sector that influences the way we manage the land and also the number of direct works and indirect one the sector generates. Just for you to have an idea, in Latin America today we have around 200, between 160 to 200 million hectares of planted pastures that generate around $60 to $70 billion a year. So it is a huge machine that is very important for Latin America. We expect data from FAO for the next 20 years, an increase of at least 25% in the production of beef and around 40% in the production of milk. So that's what they expect from the sector. But the major issue, as Guillermo mentioned, is what is the sector doing, how is that being managed? It's important to mention that, as I said at the beginning, in the last 20 years, there has been an increase in productivity and sustainability of the sector that is meaningful. Beef production increase of almost 150% above the global average, and Latin America has worked on that issue, but the major point is that the space the sector has increased its production and sustainability, it is still not very compatible to what must be done to reduce climate change. And for you to have an idea, today in Brazil and many parts of America, Latin America have many pools of excellence in stock breeding. And for some reason that I may discuss some points with you, the scaling of those pockets is stuck. I'd like to mention some points quickly, but this is a very interesting data that a friend some weeks ago, where they compared the productive system in Brazil And the data is very important. It states for stock breeder to be competitive in Brazil, he operates with a level of productivity of 30% from the top producer. If we take the 10 most major producers in Brazil, a competitive one is operating with 30% of this production. If we make a comparison with the soybeans, sugarcane, and corn, a competitive producer is operating 75–90% of the top 10. So just check the gap in productivity and technology that stock breeding can advance, and our research has shown. If we are able to scale up these pockets and those producers that are more advanced from the productive and sustainable point of view, based on pasture management, we are not talking about going to an American production system that is 100%, almost 100%. So we are capable of reducing the emissions around 50% with a 40% increase in the production of beef and a potential to lead the area to include any other increase of expansion of other commodities. That's why I say it is a sector that we cannot avoid. And I see many organizations do not trust it. So if I could say, don't be afraid of working with the stock breeder, because we won't be able to unlock any other commitment if we're not engaged indirectly with the stock breeding. And there is a huge chance for us to make that happen. And then just to mention the work we're doing today, we have around 60 field trials out of so-called excellence pockets all in 20 countries. In Latin America, where we have these field trials that we so-called from Mexico up to South Brazil, we have in West Africa, South Africa, and in Asia, in Southeast, Laos, and Vietnam, where we test all those technologies and we adjust those technologies to support the sector so that may be scaled. And finally, we have to touch the point that what is locking it, points that we should be careful about. The usual suspects, it's a technical assistance and finance, but that's pretty obvious. But we got to the conclusion that this technical assistance that we have implemented in most of the countries, it has a major limitation to scale. So we believe where technical assistance must go strongly is in the digital issue. We have to digitalize. We have to use artificial intelligence, remote sense and all that. We have to go to do that, otherwise we will not scale up on time. In the adjustment of finance are those innovations that we have. And besides that, it is the menu of innovations. We talk about the carbon market, blended financing, or a spectacular mechanism. We should have more of those mechanisms related to stock breeding. We see very few mechanisms with a foot or arm on stock breeding to unlock all that. And then finally, something else we have tested, even with multilateral banks, is this story of repurposed subsidies. So we analyze the subsidies and the quantity of money in the subsidies, and we have no idea on the impact. Look at this and direct those subsidies to lever up good practices may also be a great mechanism for us to explore And then we can talk a little more about that on good examples that we have had. Thank you, Guillermo.
And you have pioneered a number of programs and that have innovated in Peru the way companies work with its suppliers, with supply chain, and maybe different from other agro exporters in Peru that rely 100% on their own production. You have a mix of your own production plus you buy from thousands of farmers all across the country. Why don't you tell us a bit about the innovative programs and the innovation that you have done to work with your supply chains and the resilience of the supply chain in your case?
Bien, gracias Guillermo por la pregunta. Yo pienso.
Thank you, Guillermo, for the question. I guess one of the main challenges that we have, the people, when we build a country, we should get to know well the reality where we operate. So the initiatives that we establish respond to the needs of this reality. Actually, the reality we operate is similar to most of the countries in Latin America. This is the workers who come from rural areas and urban areas in situation of vulnerability. And then poverty is higher. With this situation and knowing about our supply chain that it has to be highly competitive in order to contribute to food safety, we look very closely to women through co-programs. And then we have permanent training programs in the field and processing plants. Because this way, we try to find the workers to level up their level of performance to generate major levels of productivity for them, for their families, with major income, and at the same time contribute to the productivity and competitiveness of the company. So this situation of permanent crisis, what it demands is to establish alliances with the public sector. It's been like 8 years working hand in hand with the Ministry of Education. There are 8 million Peruvians, 32 million that we are, that do not have schooling, which impacts their level of productivity. Through this alliance, we have made a program that is so-called, which is basically an alternative. We take the school to the company with the training, and at night they are formed in school at night. So the workers, women and men 40, 30 years who could not end schooling, or 8 million in Peru, may now finish its primary and secondary school because they had to work with 60 kids to provide their family, to have to increase their schooling level of human capital so they generate more income, and then that is in the productivity of their families, of the communities, and the competitiveness of the company. The same way, we work in the level of healthcare, providing the women with exclusive program so they may increase their situation of health. We have, for example, specific programs to follow all pregnant women, because otherwise, where will we come from? From women. And if we close the doors to women in the labor market? How will they support their families, especially when there is a very good rate of 32% of the home is in Peru? It must be the same in other countries. Have as the head of the family a woman. So it is key to assist women, providing gender equity, equality of opportunity in programs. And what they do is assist all pregnant women from the very first moment up to the last. We also work hand in hand with the Ministry of Health. So as we have workers that are more healthy and in a safe and equal environment, we will have workers that are better prepared, that impact their families and in our companies. This is the argument and the foundation of the virtual circle of sustainability. Some of the programs, and maybe add this one that is powerful with agriculture. We know family agriculture employs, agriculture in general employs 40% of the population in the world level. And from the family agriculture in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean, they produce around 35 to 55% of the product for food safety in our region. But there is a terrible setback. The small agricultures of family agriculture in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, they work for the food safety of all of us in the region. But they have no food safety. Why? Because they are on the livelihood agriculture and their kids have malnourishment. Poverty is correlated to food insecurity and malnourishment. And then we have incorporated, and we will still do that, to small farmers of Peruvian family agriculture in its value chain. Currently, we are positioned as the main producer and exporter among the first two producers exporters in the world in alcachofa, for example. And in the US, we are the main provider, number one provider in the market. And we do that with the small producers. That is 40% of what we produce in alcachofa, health accessible products that are competitive. Our small producers do that. We give them permanent training in our productive chain and our value chain. We take them hand in hand so they have all the certifications they need and may export. We provide them with the technology they require. What we have seen over the 30 years, is that they will leave poverty in a structural manner. Because generating through us the income with contracts that respect the set prices, they may go on investing and making 2 hectares and having 5, 8, 10 hectares. This way, we are contribute with the food safety of family agriculture and of the country.
All that you guys are doing. I think we are out of time now, but I want to thank you for being very open and transparent and shedding light on this very complex topic that, as I said, is multidimensional and requires interventions not only in the public sector, but the private sector and across the subsectors of the industry. At IDB Invest, this topic of food security is at the core of our strategy of what we're going to be doing going forward, and we've been doing and we're going to do more going forward, engaging on the public sector and private sector in a multi-stakeholder approach to find solutions to the region, which I agree is very diverse, and the solutions, even though the problems could be regional or even global, the solutions are mainly local. And with our local knowledge and industry expertise, we are committed to working on food security. With that, thank you very much, and I will not keep you waiting here. Please go have lunch.
Guillermo, thank you all the members of the panel. So now we have lunch, and we wait you here back at 2:20, and have a great lunch, everyone.
Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and biological resources that have shaped the region's economy for centuries, especially in the Amazonia. Today, demographic challenges and industrial transformation are defining new value chains and economic models. Several bioeconomic solutions have emerged, but there's still much to discover and implement. Bioeconomic solutions are transforming industries, from biodiversity resource valorization to eco-intensive agriculture, to biotechnology applications in food production, to biorefineries. In this context, participatory and social innovation initiatives are crucial to ensuring communities are actively involved in sustainable development. By fostering connections between society and nature, IDB Invest promotes sustainability and preservation, supporting innovation and knowledge sharing. Join us in harnessing the power of bioeconomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Join IDB Invest for an inclusive future. In the dynamic world of impact investing, every decision holds the potential to shape the future of Latin America and the Caribbean. A world of purpose at the intersection between finance and sustainability to achieve greater impact is pushing us forward. Starting at the heart of the region, the Amazonia, there's steadfast dedication to positive change. We need further commitment to ensuring that every investment contributes to the well-being of communities and the preservation of our biodiversity. From renewable energy to sustainable infrastructure, our resolve is reflected in our pursuit of lasting impact across environmental, social, and governance issues. Let's unite to harness the power of investment and drive meaningful change, paving the way for a more sustainable future for generations to come. Join us in shaping the future of impact investing. Join IDB Invest. Despite the rich diversity in Latin America and the Caribbean, many are still left behind. Women make up 50% of the population, yet significant barriers restrain their economic participation. Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI communities represent another 25% of the population, often facing different kinds of vulnerabilities. IDB Invest promotes gender lens investing to unlock untapped potential by focusing on inclusive employment, value chains, and opportunities in leadership, as well as supporting the rural poor, SMEs, and migrants. In our pursuit of a just transition, we need to address gender inequities and foster inclusivity. By challenging outdated paradigms, we will keep on supporting sustainable and inclusive growth to propel the region's economy for all sectors and all peoples. Starting here in Sustainability Week 2024 in the Amazonia. Join the conversation and transformation now with IDB Invest. In Latin America and the Caribbean, IDB Invest is at the forefront of climate change mitigation and adaptation, fostering resilience across diverse sectors. We are building the path forward by integrating climate action with biodiversity protection and nature-based solutions. Amazonia is a perfect example of that. A place where we have the opportunity to lean into the interconnectedness of nature and communities with innovative solutions to meet our goals. That the future we envision can be real. Embracing new energy alternatives and transitioning to an inclusive low-carbon economy is more than just a goal. It has to be a commitment and the only way forward. We know it's possible. Now is the time to act. Together, we can create a sustainable, resilient future for our region, ensuring that our actions today lead to a thriving tomorrow. Join us in making a tangible difference. Join IDB Invest. If we want a sustainable future for Latin America and the Caribbean and the world, we need to focus on the Amazonia forever. As we build on the progress made by IDB Group's umbrella program, Amazonia Forever, we get closer to making our vision a reality. A vision of sustainable landscapes and bioeconomy through forest conservation, reforestation, and afforestation, aiming for net zero deforestation. A vision where we empower the private sector to support national and regional action plans, invest in bioeconomy, and develop carbon markets. A vision of commitment to urban infrastructure and environments in harmony with the Amazon and all its peoples. And inclusion is key. By promoting microfinance, electronic payments, and tailored credit solutions, we empower local Amazonian communities, ensuring financial access and economic growth. Let the Amazonia be our guide and soul to the future we want and need. Together, we've proven it is possible. Look forward, act now, and join IDB Invest in driving meaningful change in the Amazonia. Latin America and the Caribbean are rich in fossil, mineral, and bio.
Triste é viver na solidão, na dor cruel de uma paixão. Triste é saber que ninguém pode viver de ilusão, que nunca vai ser, nunca vai dar. Um sonhador tem que acordar. Sua beleza é um avião demais pra um pobre coração que para pra te ver passar só pra me maltratar. Triste é viver na solidão.
Boa tarde. Boa tarde. Good afternoon. My name is Alejandro Prada. I'm Director of Corporate Affairs and Transparency in IDB Invest. I'm here with Helen Meyrovic. She's our Director of Climate Change. We're here to greet you for the afternoon sessions, and we wanted to give you a little bit of strategic insight of what is the connection point between the different conversations that you are going to be listening this afternoon. We're going to have 3 panels on clean energy transition, particularly focused on the decarbonization of the energy matrix in Latin America. The second panel is of stakeholder inclusion in decision making. And the third panel is on enhanced competitiveness through digital transformation. These are very interesting topics by themselves, and what we want to explore is the connection between these topics. So Helen, how do you see these themes connected?
Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro, for the question. Let me tell you what I think you're going to hear this afternoon. On the one hand, you're going to hear about the challenges and opportunities of decarbonization of the energy matrix of LAC. Can you hear me? It's kind of weird. Okay. Okay. This is better. So the first panel, you will hear about the challenges and opportunities of the energy decarbonization in LAC, looking at technologies, looking at transmission, looking at green hydrogen, things that you have heard that are coming. What are the trends? What are the opportunities for the region? But then doing projects is not just simply doing the projects. We have to do projects well. And that's why the second panel, the engagement with the communities, with the stakeholders, is so important. Because at the end of the day, the decarbonization agenda is a global agenda. And as many times we have said that we have to think globally and act locally, one of the things that we have learned is that we have to think globally, act locally, and engage with purpose. And that's basically what you're going to see, the connection between the 2 panels. But later on, you're going to talk about digitalization, because you can only do these actions if you have information, if you have the data systems that enable an informed decision-making process. So decarbonization, the second, engagement with communities to be able to be part of the conversation, to do better projects, and then information and data. Those are the main takeaways from this afternoon.
Hello. So without further ado, I invite Elizabeth and the first panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We have established that our job is to wake everyone up again and engage everyone again following the delicious lunch that we just had. So we really appreciate you coming back to join us for this conversation on energy transition. I wanted to start by, noting that I've been working on this topic for quite a while, and what I've noticed lately is that it's getting harder and harder to keep up with the kind of evolution taking place in the topic of energy transition. It feels like the pace just keeps getting faster and faster. It's a conversation that has shifted from, 10 years ago, we were talking about how can we get more solar, how can we understand solar and wind and how it can be incorporated in the region, how can we support the construction of more solar and wind to really build up the renewable energy capacity of the region, to now the deployment of a whole new set of technologies that we're talking about, and how can we speed up transmission deployment, and storage, and how can we capture the potential for green hydrogen in the region. So it's been a very significant change in what we're talking about when we talk about energy transition. And this is all in the context of really rapid demand and growth of energy demand. We have seen, the projections are between now and 2030, between 2020 and 2030, an increase in demand in the region of 48% in energy demand. So just kind of get a feel for that. Just 48% increase in demand by the time it's 2030. Trying to keep up with that, when we talk about the infrastructure gap that we were talking about this morning. So, and each country in the region is really coming at this from a different position. So it's a complex discussion. I'm very, very honored to be joined by these distinguished panelists to address this topic and focus on the challenges and opportunities that we see related to energy transition. We have first with us Silvia Inmalde. Silvia is the president of UTE, which is Uruguay's government-owned power company and a longtime client and partner of IDB Invest. Dr. Avinash Persod, who is a special advisor to the president of IDB on the topic of climate change. Juan Carlos de la Hoz is a country representative of IDB in Ecuador and has a lot of experience working on energy issues in that role. And Medardo Cadena, who is the advisor to the executive secretary of OLADE, which is the Organización Latinoamericana de Energía. So welcome, and thank you so much for joining us, to all of you. Medardo, ¿podemos empezar contigo, por favor? Para empezar, ¿puedes brindarnos el contexto para la discusión con una descripción general de alto nivel del estado actual de la transición energética en América Latina y el Caribe, así como cómo se compara nuestra región con otras regiones globales? Por favor.
Muchas gracias, buenas tardes con todos. Un agradecimiento a los organizadores de este evento. Es un placer estar acá representando a la Organización Latinoamericana de Energía. Bueno, y en base a la pregunta, yo creo
Based on the
que...
question, I guess in order to talk about transition, we have to focus. When we talk about transition, we are really used to focus on what is the generation and diffusion of energy, but there are other aspects that are equally important. If we go to the side of energy supply, I just say the region is very important advances, but not sufficient. If we compare Latin American and the Caribbean to the global context, because we are in a position of privilege as for the consumption of energy, we have a participation of 31% of renewable energy in the global context. The share goes up to 14%. And if we talk about the production of electricity, Latin America and the Caribbean have 65% share of renewable with 30% of the global context. These are numbers that should make sense for us, but they are dangerous because they may generate a fake feeling of the fulfilled task. But if we analyze the numbers in details, we can see the situation is not like the global numbers come by. I will allow myself to mention some figures. Till 2010, the installed capacity of the region was around 300 kilowatts. A composition of the hydro, the presence of renewable non-conventional of 4%, and practically in equal parts of hydro. With hydro energy, it is in the DNA of the region. 12 years later, 2022, 13 years, the installed capacity of the region the participation of renewable, now it's 22%, which is very good. But at the same time, the hydrothermal share has a similar relation. This is a very positive situation. But out of those 200 gigabytes, that would increase in 2-3 years, only 140 are renewable, non-conventional. What does it mean in practical terms? We have not changed the energy generation matrix. If we understand power, hydropower is still there, it's at the same level. No, the demand that was increased, it is no total point that we have. So that should draw our attention to say, yes, it's very good because of all the past of the hydro generation we have in the region. But the advances we had, it's true, it's important, it's not sufficient. Let's analyze the transition by the other side, by the side of demand. And there I have to talk about energy efficiency, because the transition is energy efficiency and the results of the region are not positive. If we observe the behavior of the universal indicator of energy efficiency, which is energy intensity, that measures the quantity of energy I use to produce wealth as of 2020 up to a certain date in growth. So it is a growth trend for 2020. We had to calculate, it was 0.58. I don't want to specify the unit now, but now late 2022 it was 0.61. That means that in the last years we have consumed more energy to produce the same quantity of wealth. In other words, we are inefficient. But what's the reason? There are maybe many, but the impression I have is that we have lost the protagonism with energy efficiency. Now the discussion of the forums and analysis are pretty much focused on the renewable in the new energy vectors, such as the batteries, low emission hydrogen, and energy efficiency. So we have to return in any public policies to improve the efficiency conditions. The third important vector of energy transition is the access. We should not forget the O17, which is the north of the energy sector in the global level. which established its first objective, the universal access to it. And in that sense, we should recognize the region has very important advances in the last few years. It has sustainable growth. We got to a percentage of 97.9, which is very good, superior to the global percentage. But if we talk about absolute terms, 2.5% to cover represents 60 million Latin Americans, and in the Caribbean who have no access to energy, out of which 6 million are in Haiti. There we have a task to be completed, and we have other figures that we could also mention, such as 75 million Latin Americans have no access to mechanisms. Women in rural areas, they need to cover the other areas with all effects, not just the economy, but fundamentally healthcare. So there we have an important gap to cover. We're not going to talk about poverty level that is reaching 11%. We are talking about 80 million people who live in extreme poverty conditions. And why do I mention those numbers? Because when we talk about access, not only we should focus on the possibility to have energy means for the people and families, but also to guarantee those families, those citizens may have the conditions of enough income. It's completely complementary. This is for Latin America, and the Caribbean has a region characterized by major social hosts. They have access to health. So the energy transition is converted into an opportunity, at least to let those holes, those gaps. And we have something important to analyze, which are the values of energy transition and how we will share it. This is the case of the energy transition to contribute to those excess places. It's very interesting, and thank you for touching this point. We are not discussing change from the general, it's much more specific. Uruguay is an example of energy transition that was successful. Now it was transformed into the energy sector of a more dependent system, depending on the fossil fuels. And the key to success of the Uruguayan miracle, and what recommendation would you give to others to continue the same example? How to bring foreign investment, and what you can share about your experience. First, good afternoon all of you. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this event. The State of Uruguay Energy Company transmit the experiences and how they will be considered in some aspects and others that are improved. That work on that, the first thing I said is that Uruguay, we come from a part where we have no fossil fuels, no oil, no gas, because what they did and what they do is that the capacity of generation of the hydraulic units was on the top. 50% of what is the generation of energy to the country, where the international values were high, or our neighboring countries had a very high level for energy generation, so we could have an impact in the financial program of the company that would affect and generate a variability over the years. Yeah, there were years that would rain or not, and it was very strong. Then in this crisis, we have the opportunity to see that our geography, as it was mentioned by the representatives, we have many natural resources. In this case, the sun and wind and biomass derivatives, and that opportunity started when a law was made in the market of energy in the regulatory framework to establish the basis and foundation for the generation and competence in the market for the generation of energy, including not just the public companies to make investment on energy generation, but also for the private sector. And in this framework in 2008, the executive power approved an energy policy up to 2030, policy which was then validated by Congress Commission with the integration of all political parties, validated in 2010, and after that it started the process that we can say it is a process where we have a state policy and financial solidity, but that the investments may be attractive and have the profitability. And in the system and ecosystem of the public and the private, as a point to highlight the integration of the different ministries that facilitated the process. This is the Environment Ministry working with the Ministry of Energy, Economy, and also Transportation and Public Works. Coming from the state policy, the decrease, all that was done, that these transitions could make us a greater lesson that puts us in the renewable sources that are available, 98% of which, and then 33% of wind power, 13% of biomass, and 2% remaining of solar, that we have lower development, we can do that. And the key for this investment to be done is that the public companies, it carried out the state policy that facilitates for the private investment through capital incorporation may have long-term contracts, 20 years of the values established by means of auctions that were made to guarantee all the energies that were carried out are working for the demand of the country to buy that in the process of coordination, as I say, the public policies in the ministries of regulatory environments, in the executing companies, in this case electric company, with private capital. The banks that finance the IDB, they financed most of the projects in Uruguay and in different parts of IDB group because some cases were facilitated by public investment and not private by means of special means, and that facilitated this process to go ahead. So not just that was the key, to guarantee the investment and attract the capital and develop the technology in the short term. And the transmission network of the country was prepared, and they had to be prepared. So the generation was centralized with major hydraulic or thermal plants that to cover the demand. And now there are multiple of wind power, solar power in different points of the country. By means of the network, they had to go to all the points. This is the key aspect of the investment that has to do with the transmission and the interconnection of the national electric system that was transformed in a green system in the sense that energy that we have there. And then for the renewable sources, but another important key has to do with the development of the people by means of the universities. They had to do it with the companies to be developed with a new knowledge, which is exported from Uruguay to other countries. But undoubtedly we should take into account the social and environmental aspects, because as our lecturer said, the energy has to get everywhere in the country. And in the case of Uruguay, we are in the electrification of 9.9%. We are getting to 100% of the locations that are further away from solar panels, because undoubtedly the first transition, you put it very well, in the renewable sources for the generation. We have to energize the demand. We have to take that by means of the different uses, if energy efficiency, as it was said before, but also replacing the transportation, and they are responsible for the 70% of CO2 emissions. So we are putting our focus on the electromobility with the setup of new solar plants to balance with wind and solar, and also point out the energy efficiency and the steps that we will later comment on, and the hydro project. Thank you very much. And that's a very good example of an alignment, a policy of the government in all levels, and the private sector and the banks. And you did something very good.
We talked a lot this morning, and in Fabio's presentation, he talked about this investment gap that exists and the originate to share, goal that we have. This is something that relates to infrastructure of all kinds, including energy. This gap, and there's a substantial private investment that's needed to fill that gap, including cross-border investment. And on the other hand, we also hear many private investors saying that they're eager to invest in the region, but there is a shortage of real bankable projects, And so what's your view of this chicken and egg dilemma, and what can we do to change it?
Yes, we often hear that there is a shortage of good projects, which I find weird, because there's an abundance of need, there's huge demand, there's great potential. So I think what it means is there's a shortage of projects that are prepared in a way that investors want to see. So as a development bank at the IDB, we have a role to play here in helping to prepare those projects, that potential, to make them more investable, more feasible for investors. Now that's easier said than done, because the project preparation dollar is perhaps the riskiest dollar in the whole life cycle of an investment. Not all investments are possible, feasible, potential, commercially viable. And so a lot of money spent in making a project, preparing a project, will end up declaring that that doesn't work. And while our shareholders in a development bank want us to help to develop more projects, they also don't want us to lose money. And so we need to work with our shareholders to develop special funds on project preparation so that we can double, treble the amount of project preparation that we do. But that's only half of the issue. If you look at the cost of capital for energy projects in our region, it is around 20% in Brazil, the equity cost of capital, even higher in many other countries. And that is 2 or 3 times more than the cost of capital for the same project, the same energy project in North America or in Western Europe. And so one of the reasons why capital isn't flowing south is because the cost of that capital is so high that the projects aren't viable when they've paid that cost of capital. And so how do we reduce the cost of capital? How do we bring the cost of capital down? And a lot of people in this space are ultimately project financiers. So if you tell project financiers reduce the cost of capital, they spend a lot of time reducing the project risk, trying to reduce technology risk, contract risk, regulatory risk. But there are other risks too, because in fact, most of the technologies we're talking about, they're standard tech. We don't need technological revolutions for the green transition. We have all the tech we need for the green transition already. And we don't need fancy new contracts. We have off-the-shelf contracts now on power purchase agreements. A lot of the problem is a macro risk problem. It's investors, institutional investors in North America and Western Europe, who are afraid of the currency risk in coming south, afraid of the credit risk, of the country risk, of the legal risk. And we need to find ways of making them more familiar and reducing those risks. Today, they pay huge amounts of money to hedge those risks. That's where that cost of capital is so high. It's the hedging cost. And when we look, for example, in Brazil over the past 20 years, at the cost of hedging the currency risk, we find that cost is around 4 percentage points more than the actual currency depreciation per year. 4 percentage points more per year. If you like, they're overpaying by 4 percentage points. And that's why they don't come. And so we need to find a way of reducing this cost of capital, these perceived risks. And one of the reasons why the cost of capital is so high and the cost of hedging is so high is that the people providing the hedges, international banks, banks in general, they're not actually able to guarantee those risks very easily. The risks in a renewable energy project are long-term risks. Banks are short-term. They are risks that spread over the economic cycle, over the international financial cycle. And banks find it very expensive and hard to hedge risks across those cycles. So that's why we developed with the Brazilian government something called EcoInvest, a platform where well-regulated projects, which are supported by the Ministry of Finance, and we will partner with them to provide and make available US dollars at our cost of borrowing, which is much cheaper than most people, in those times of great retreat of foreign capital, in those times in which investors are running back home. And we hope that that assurance that there will be an availability of capital and dollars will help to reassure investors to make those investments, bring the cost of capital down, and open up the investments that we need to see.
Thank you so much. No, this is exactly a very good way to transition to Juan Carlos and the case of Ecuador, and talking about the perceived risks or actual risks in some cases what we're talking about. But energy transition in Ecuador, Juan Carlos, has been a priority of the government. They've been pushing non-conventional renewable energy. They have launched an 850 megawatt tender. There have been challenges, and those projects that were awarded PPAs under the tender have been slow to come to fruition in terms of starting construction, but we're getting to that point now. And this issue of risk that Avinash is talking about has been part of the reason, I think, among others, that they haven't advanced as much. And so we're working with them at IDB to try to help make that happen. Just can you tell us a little bit about your experience in Ecuador?
Thanks, Liz, and thanks, Sylvia and Medardo. With Avi, it's good to see you again after our interesting conversations about debt for nature swaps materialized in Barbados, now in Ecuador, but that's a matter for another conversation. So since I'm going to be talking about Ecuador, I will switch to Spanish if you allow me. En el caso de Ecuador, El grupo del banco tiene una posición privilegiada de poder mirar las cosas en el largo plazo y poder utilizar, en la medida de las necesidades, una variedad de instrumentos financieros y de asistencia técnica para ir resolviendo las demandas del sector privado y para ir cambiando el sistema regulatorio del país. Entonces, en el caso de Ecuador, comenzamos quizás hace más de una década a acompañar el proceso de transición energética, sabiendo que Ecuador, la generación es principalmente hidro, y que era necesario, por diversas razones, hacer una diversificación de la matriz, aprovechando las oportunidades de la naturaleza en el país, y además para aprovechar un apetito que existía, que se percibía de inversión privada en energía renovable, que no es importante en sí misma por el tema del cambio climático, sino que también es una oportunidad financiera. Entonces, hemos ido mezclando los instrumentos financieros y acompañamiento, comenzando, y eso llevamos 10 años, con inversiones muy fuertes en transmisión, porque hay una meta muy interesante, muy importante de cobertura universal para llegar a la última milla, que siempre es un desafío, y a lo largo del camino de transmisión, más subestaciones que permitan eventualmente conectar a los nuevos proyectos de generación a la red. Y eso lo hemos estado haciendo por mucho tiempo, incluyendo el trabajo en el área andina para la interconexión eléctrica, porque sabemos que cada país, con sus desafíos y sus oportunidades, puede en algún momento vender y en algún momento comprar energía, como lo estuvo haciendo Ecuador por mucho tiempo con Colombia, y esperamos que lo pueda hacer con Perú cuando se materialice el programa de interconexión eléctrica que recientemente comenzamos a financiar con el Banco Europeo. Siempre pensamos que para facilitar la inversión privada tenemos que mantener y aprovechar esta posición privilegiada de poder dialogar al mismo tiempo con el sector privado para entender cuáles son los desafíos y qué necesitan, y hablar y transmitir eso al sector público para que pueda hacer los cambios regulatorios. ¿Cómo facilitamos eso? Tenemos un instrumento de reforma de políticas que a través de financiamiento permite, y a través del diálogo, que haya esos cambios regulatorios que han comenzado.
We started with the project of policies. It's been some years for the system to be according to the energetic Andine market. We intend to do that, and it will allow us to, within the next years, to have financial and juridical safety, because nobody will invest if there is a risk. But let us try to find good, if we can reduce the risk and have a good return on investment. We are going to sign a block of 900 megawatts of renewable energy, to solar and wind energy. All the system built on a system of guarantee for private investors. But as we know, the political changes, they are the instruments of guarantee. The instrument of guarantee could not be developed by the central government, so it damaged. They did not allow us to proceed with this change change the matrix to a renewable energy. But once we are keeping the communication with the investors, we found then a solution to see, considering the regulation issues we were facing, which is a change and a guarantee of investment as the last step in a situation, facing a situation deficiency or delay in the payment for the private investors. So, as I said, using our privileged position, listening to the private in real time and transmit it to the Ministry of Energy and the Finance Finance and Energy Ministry to continue investing in transmission with the substation, and parallelly we are working on the regulatory issues. Just like we had the wish of the investor for private investor was the creation of an ecosystem for the private investment to be diversified, so that we would have a positive impact on the combat to climate changes. So privileged position, dialogue, private sector, public change, regulation, and the best use of the bank, that is to use innovative instruments that are not always well understood, but they can solve specific problems. Very interesting. We talked a lot about there is no project, our own project, the private sector, without the intervention of, in order to have financial instrument, development of regulatory marks. We have just a short time now.
In terms of, we've seen, policies that we've talked about, there's been a lot of feed-in tariff globally, policies we've seen, as well as auctions, different ways to award these PPAs that we talked about in Ecuador. It seems more and more in the region we're seeing more auctions, and I wanted to see what your view is. Do you have a view on which is better, which is worse? Is there something that you think we should be promoting?
These are important issues. So if you look at how solar and wind first really developed, it was with feed-in tariffs, partly because they give great certainty and clarity for investors investing in new technologies, with new contracts, new arrangements. But there was a concern that that wasn't delivering the cheapest forms of energy, because you had to build in all kinds of risk premia to make it attractive for investors to do that. And so we've evolved towards auctions. But we need to remember that auctions tend to favor the large. And if we only did auctions, we would end up almost privatizing solar and wind to large corporations. And the people, the individual citizens of our communities, who may feel they have some ownership over the sun and the air and the wind, get disenfranchised. So we need to find ways of keeping the energy cheap, but making sure that we are not exclusive and that we are economically inclusive. And that might imply auctions at different sizes. It may imply using feed-in tariffs for small operations, and mixing the two. So we can't just think about economic efficiency. We need to think about social efficiency and social inclusiveness. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform the global economy, the national economy, the regional economy, a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and we can do it right and we can do it wrong. We can do it right in a way that maximizes economic opportunity and diversity and inclusion, or we could do it in an exclusive way. So it tells you there isn't one way, and we need to bear in mind the social implications as well as economic efficiency in picking the right way.
Thank you for that. Medardo, creo que el tema de transmisión es súper relevante y es algo que ahora
We have observed in many countries in the region in regard to the development of renewable energy. What shall we do to have it? We have listened a lot about the potential to improve the transmission, the existing transmission. What is your opinion about that? About this idea? I remember a sentence that I heard in a sentence been sometimes in Indian community when we were talking about integration, interconnections between the country. I heard a sentence, a fellow from IDB, without transmission, there is no transition. That is a simple sentence, but it states everything. Definitely, what do we want? The first step of the transition is started with the part of offer in order to substitute the fossil fuel for renewable. But we forgot the transition, or we thought the transmission matter was solved. But as a matter of fact, it was not. The generation distribute was transition. It contributes, but it's not a solution because the great source of energy is remain in geographic position far from the great center. In Chile, for example, when we found out that the solar farms product could not be delivered to the greatest centers of use of consume. So when we turn our look to the same problem, now we see that we have different problems. The problem is not of engineering or technology; it is solved. The problem is comes from the permission, environmental license, and social license. Social issues have new difficulties how to face and construct infrastructure in harmony with the vision or cosmovision of the native population, through which we have to pass the electric net through. It's a difficulty, it's a discipline, to have a discipline in order to harmonize, to have a harmony in between these needs. In order to know that is fundamental to fulfill our objectives. All the plans, a transmission line, the times are not the times you estimate for execution, but the time it will last in order to plan a way for the solution to be feasible. It is not the solution. This is the thing we are discussing every day there in the bank. Now I have to have passed the floor for the last time to Sil because our time is very short. Would you please talk about the theme? Because there was a conference in Santiago last week, and everybody was saying that, wow, in Uruguay, everything's advancing very well. We have to invest there in Uruguay. How do you observe that? Well, one of the keys of success of first transition, we are using Uruguay now in order to become a reference for the second transition. What we said previously, we had the things well defined, and a script for the first phase up to 2030, and the second one up to the 2040, where all the instances were and made the transmission, the electric net generation, new sources, storage, batteries associated to the regulations that has to be adapted to this new world of hydrogenous. And internationally, there are many challenges because it is not clear of the certification if it's biomass can be incorporated or not. Hydrogeneration could be included. Investment in this investment with solar and wind energy. There is a lot of variety. In Uruguay, there are different geographic situations where there is no wind and no sun. So we have to have other sources to guarantee the operators, and without being turning on and off the system. It's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of investment, a lot of capital should be included in these projects, a lot of engineering with the sources of intermittent supply of energy. It's necessary green energy, not intermittent, but in a constant mode. This is a challenge that Uruguay is working on step by step. The first step was which was a success with the Ministry of Finance and Economy, Transport, Public Policies, Environment, with an ecosystem of private companies that together with the public and bank, finance and bank, they are observing and they can repeat it. We can observe the miracle of the first phase can be applied in the second phase. With all the three projects, we have the Uruguay of importing from import of oil will become a exporter of energy obtained through natural resources, the sun and the energy. So the world is a field of opportunity. We are observing our small geography. So it is a challenge for the other countries like Brazil and Argentina, and to make it work as a great energetic system to supporting us during the drought seasons once the region is much bigger.
Thank you very much. We have used our time.
Mobility, distributed generation, there's many components of this discussion that we continue working on, both the public and the private sector of IDB, and we want to continue to be a bridge between countries, between public and private, for the technologies to bring them to the region. That's our role, and we really appreciate the discussion that we've had today and the continued collaboration with you and working on these issues. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and all of the members of the panel. It was a great discussion. And now we're going to another dialogue. This time we are going to discuss how to amplify the participation of underrepresented communities, fostering collaboration and ensuring fair representation is a very critical topic. And the name of the panel is Including Stakeholders in Decision Making and Benefit Sharing for Scaling Impact. So I'd like to invite the members of the panel that will be moderated by Leonardo Massey, Head of Stakeholder Engagement at the IDB Invest.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
All of you in this panel, it will be in Spanish and also to Portuguese. Welcome. This is an extremely important topic for the sustainability agenda of BidInvest. It is an honor with this tech. This is very important for this agenda. Before we get started, we'd like simply to mention as topic of the social inclusion and the stakeholder engagement and the participation of the interested parties in the development projects. we have advanced a lot in the last few years. And although we may have tangible examples where are converted into important actions for the success of the project, we still need a lot to assess on how we can improve and assess the impact of those initiatives. For this, we will talk to the experts that we have here today at our session. It is a panel that can get us lots of experience. First, Carlos Colon, Director of Energy and Infrastructure of IDC Group. Carlos is developing a project called Sochi. It is a private road of 31 kilometers in Guatemala. The project, besides meeting all the regulations of sustainability, is transforming the mobility of the country. It is generating positive impacts in the local communities where they operate, and it has a very strong social commitment that has been converted into one of the main characteristics of this project. Wilson Paiva, Manager of Social Responsibility and Relations with the Communities of Clavin Group. Clavin is the larger producer and exporter of sustainable solutions of paper for packages in Brazil. They have over 23 factories, 800,000 hectares of forest, out of which 360 are productive and 40% of them are conservation areas. Its social commitment is reflected in a solid strategy of social involvement. And today we're going to listen a little more to those experiences. We also have the pleasure to have with us Alico Morales, who is responsible for the sustainability planning and the relations with interested parties in Brazil. He is the representative of one of the leading companies in the energy sector in the global level, with operations in over 30 countries in the world. In it stands out the strategies of relationship with the communities and their shared model value in its planning. And Yuri, in the end, at my left, Yuri Amaya, who is part of an originary Quechua nation that is part of the people Cotacachi. She has a master's degree in social economy in the Intercultural University of Indigenous People Nationality, Amaguata, Iguaci. She is the first indigenous woman that comes from an originary people from a cooperative called Santa Anita that was created by indigenous people for indigenous people, mainly aiming at promoting the access to financing for indigenous communities in rural areas of the country. With this introduction, I would like to start, Carlos, with a very specific question. The project is a 31 kilometers road in Guatemala. Since the beginning of the project that we had the honor to be with you, you have developed a strategy of social involvement, and actually this sort of involvement was converted into something that was much further than the regulations of standards in that sense. So specifically, it has provided innovations such as, for example, the innovative strategy in the democratization of the equal access. So how did you manage in your experience to involve different interested parties in all the steps of the project? And maybe what are the benefits that you will do the investments? Thank you very much. And then I'd like to share with the lecturers, thank you for the invitation. It's going to be three, for example. First, I'd like to make reference to some of the conversations we had about macroeconomic trends. We were talking a lot about productivity, and undoubtedly, if the countries are more productive, it's difficult to generate social economic development, and we cannot talk about productivity if we do not talk about infrastructure and many other things, but in a general way, it's very difficult in Guatemala to have a major productivity and prosperity if we do not generate infrastructure. Guatemala is in the last places of the world in terms of quantity and quality of roads and streets, and although we need to build 20,000 kilometers and 31 kilometers it is built at a place where running for 31 kilometers will take 2, 4, 5 hours, and there we have 75% of the regional load that goes from Mexico to Guatemala. It goes close to 50% of PNB. It has to be 2, 3, 4 hours every day with this road. We want to be 25 minutes, and that has a direct productivity in the productivity of the country. This is a long way for a private road, but I'd like to thank very much that IDB is investing in the project and believes undoubtedly the social responsibility issue we can see as something that we do. It is a very important topic. It may be the most important one, and an issue of business social responsibility, shared value, and I'm going to give you some examples. We got the right for 31 kilometers is very complicated, and what we did there was have a specific strategy for all the owners of the land. We offered them a profit since day one, exchange the land. There could be actions in the project. So there we learned a lot. We believe 100% of the owners of the land were going to say yes, but it is a first opportunity. Many people said yes, and others said I prefer the money. But a good number of the owners are partners of the process, and now the project is under construction. Many of those that talked about the money, now they're saying I would have accepted to be a partner of the road. So I believe we are all learning here, having had partners that are going to have an economic return because they gave the land. I believe it's very important, the democratization of the capital. It's not a project of one company. It is a project where we have many partners, and we will expect many people from the place may buy this product. It has a characteristic in which we have to educate the market. And then a project partner. We said they may convert to the owners. They buy, they get, they buy the bond, they get the profitability for 10 years, and after the 10th year, he converts its investment to shares of the project. So for 10 years, they're having a guaranteed profitability, and in the year 10, we expect there may be successful projects, and they pay, and more vehicles flow. I hope most of them may make the decision of converting to partners for us to make a transition. But now we cannot say. We may have some return. They're very complex terms, so we decided to do that convertible. And number 3 is job generation program at the location. Of some work, 60% are workers at the place by means of a talent program that we developed, and an entrepreneurship program. The road will be a corridor with flowers. The name is Luck, and there we are employing women so they may be working in greenhouse, and after they provide maintenance, not just trees, but also the road. 3 examples of things we did. And the last one, I hope it may be the first project in Latin America to be certified as resilient to climate change. Thank you for IDB that gave us this, and we had to convert an important quantity of money. But what matters is that the 4 examples I'll give you, they have a positive return for the region, but we also have one for us as investors. Thank you very much, Carlos. What we want to do, the company. This is an economic one of long term, way beyond of the return. I want to pass the floor to Wilson. Wilson, the number is very impressive. We are talking about 23 factories, 720,000 hectares of forest. Could you tell us a little about the role the strategy of relationship has with the interested parties in the strategy of business in Brazil, and how this has contributed to the development of the business? Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you very much for the invitation. About those who speak Spanish, I will speak Portuguese, respecting you. We're going to be talking about a specific case, the construction of a Klabin factory in a very small municipality in the state of Paraná, a municipality of 20,000 inhabitants, and that we took for the construction of this factory 18,000 employees. That was done for 4 years. And within other 3 years, we doubled this factory, taking a contingency of workers of the same size. All that brought many challenges. I'd like to say that generally speaking, when we talk about social of ESG, we think about the social responsibility, about the programs, the projects. But the most base of that, not that it's not important, and we know it is, but the most basic in social is for you to get to know the size of the impacts of your operation. And in our case, the impacts of the construction of this factory and then the impacts of its operation. So we started getting to know deeply the territory. We made a socio-economic baseline. We did that in a participatory manner with internal stakeholder, a matrix of social impact, aiming to get to know absolutely all the impacts we would generate in the construction and then in the operation of it, with the interest of avoiding, if it's possible, and then a mitigation of those impacts. Once this is stated, it was very clear for Klabin all the vulnerabilities of this territory and all the potentialities. So that directed not just our mitigation of impacts for each one of them, we built layers of control of mitigation, and then the positive impacts. We knew we were going to generate lots of jobs, income. Just for you to have an idea, there's a small municipality in the state of Paraná in Brazil. It multiplied its revenue 10 times after we got to there. Just the revenue grew like 300% within 5 years. So we saw there a certain fear on what that municipality was going to do, coming out of a poor condition. It was one of the municipalities with the lowest human development index in South Brazil. And then that out of a sudden it would have a record revenue. So how to manage that resource from the point of view of the government? And we as well, together with this diving in relation to the stakeholders, communities, workers, we also dove into this contract with the government. And there we realized that there was no preparation whatsoever. Public managers were not trained on planning, for example. When we talked to the local city hall about the zoning of the factory, we were going to build an industry in this rural area. we talked about the master plan. What about the master plan of the municipality? And they knew nothing about it. Of course, there was, because the law demands there may be a master plan. But then when we realized it was copied from other city, it was not about that municipality at all. So then we had the idea of also do something that for some companies sometimes is a taboo. They fear it, they resent. Recently, Brazil went through many situations involving corruption, involving city halls and governments. And then we went ahead on a process that was for the engagement of the government, offering the municipalities the possibility of planning training. We offer them some consulting for the city halls first to update their master plan, and next the construction of the pluriannual plan for investment. That in Brazil is a legal obligation for every government. You deliver an employee plan for 4 years of management. And that fortunately gave us very good results. We managed to go through this construction time, see the municipality soar, having a boom in its revenue. But then we realized those income, those taxes we generated, they were applied according to the legislation in a right manner. So that would finish my first talk about that. The importance of going beyond the social programs and getting to understand the impact, both negative and positive, of its operations. Thank you, Wilson. It's a very concrete example of association between the project and the private sector with the public authorities that go far beyond what we forecast in those cases. I'd like to ask Wilson, from many years we had philanthropic activities, and that were activities of social responsibility. And in 2015, we made the decision of go beyond and improving those activities and change it up to a shared value business model. So the question is, what motivated Anela generate this business model, and what did you have to change, or what happened internally in order to implement this change? First of all, I'd like to thank Leonardo and the IDB for the organization of this relevant event. Thank you for participating in this panel. I'll tell the story of the group and say that before 2000, this story started actually before 2000. We officially sent a shared model but this concept, we were working on it before. It was a milestone in the history. In 2011, when a paper was made by Professor Michael Tora and Mark Kramer about the creation of the shared value, which is the so-called definition network of the capitalism. So the change of the roles of the companies and organizations. So it was in its moment reviewing the strategic part of the business model, because before, fundamentally, the energy was generated by fossil fuel, and since the year 2000, the business model was changed for the renewable sources. To start the process, the exchange for renewable sources. Since 2011-14, they were working in a construction of this methodology. In 2015, in the same year, they launched the global agenda, the sustainability of the United Nations, with the objective of sustainable development in 2015. It was a historical year about the sustainability. So in the same year, we started officially working in this model. And it started the training to qualify the people to replace the projects that already existed, that had already been projects of social responsibility for shared value projects. Not necessarily we had to remove the projects, but replace the way the approach of relation with local actors in such a way that we could respond to the needs, but at the same time, but try to look for efficiency. So I believe this is a major message. Look for the opportunities and doing at the same time what is captured to finance and efficiency. And the second part of the question about the internal changes, organizational changes, at the moment we had a definition, we had a premise, which is the change of strategic knowledge that happened. We had some direction in that sense. The organization, it was changed so they could have a structure of sustainability and innovation that could lever up those concepts and lever up the processes of political procedures in the different lines of business, starting with the line of generation of electricity from renewable sources. So at the moment we had a different chip of information, innovation and sustainability. So was that to start this process of transformation, and that leads to change the sustainability projects that are related to the stakeholders, to the communities, to assist their needs before, during, and after a development of the project. So I believe that's what I would like to share with you at this first moment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it is a clear case of a change process that is started in the leadership of the company and which reflects in the cooperative governance. It's very interesting. Julie, first I'd like to ask the cooperative of saving and credits that you represent. Does it provide access to financing by indigenous populations? And the question is, what are the key factors that have been key to generate trust, to generate the capability of the cooperative, and at the same time follow the business objectives of the cooperative? Speaking in her native language. I started with my Quechua language. I have said everything is related, everything has life. So in that context, in the cooperative, we had three fundamental parts. One of them is social inclusion. What does it mean? It means that first we observe, we listen to the needs, and then with the voices of the nationalities and the people and the territory. Why? because when we do not listen to the voices of others, that could sometimes go wrong. So we listen, we work with the whole process, and that implies in having and taking into account the language. In many of the communities, we have populations that speak Quechua, and that's why if we interrelate ourselves, so the service will be the best way. We have to do that in our language, but also taking into account the historical and social context of it. We come from a process of social reivindication. That's why many of the communities have processes that many times we do not observe. So this is it. Also from the part of the round to take into account what I will give, what I will receive, the transparency of the information. There we have the added value, the intrinsic value of the process. So all that generates trust. So we, in the cooperative, we are working for the rural sector, but listening from the voices of those who live in the territory. Many times we have political actions that we only do from outside, from someone who talks to us, but it's more direct. And for sure, they become key subjects in the transformation for the company or cooperative, but also for life in the community. For us, all that is related to that, I know we have those outstanding and active, and then we can generate positive change to all of us. It's very interesting, the comprehension of the context, the focus in the listening and the strengthening of the transparency to generate trust. These are lessons that we can apply in many contexts where we operate. Thank you very much. Carlos, so getting back to you, clearly it's showing a very innovative project with social characteristics, how those characteristics will foster other projects the company will develop in the future. And maybe for many of those who are with us, what could be some of the things that we should take into account when we go like that? Yes, thank you very much. Develop infrastructure project, as our friends here see and know, very large projects are much more complex with technical complexities in the social, environmental, legal part of it, financing. So we believe this issue of shared value and social responsibility, business responsibility, should start with the conceptualization of the project, because it helps a lot when we strengthen the opportunities and the weaknesses of the project, the opportunity which are the threats, and we take the threats. Many things of what we do from the very beginning is to capture the processes from the shared point of view. The risks are managed, and the more we can anticipate the risks, the resilient project for climate change, not just for a stamp on what we see. It is an issue of risk management in every business, in most of the business, in most of the things in life. We have a risk-return relation. If I can decrease risk, anticipating resilience or climate change, there are 33 bridges, 15 rivers, roads. So there is a series of difficult infrastructure because the geological characteristics are complex. And because of this, on day one we're reducing the risk, which is a practice. It's very good at the time of doing the design and having infrastructure projects. In the side of opportunities, we have lots of opportunities that we forgot the democratization of the capital. If we take it to the DNA, the gain-gain topic, and when we have partners, those who have trade in the place, it's not just the issue of investing, but I'm generating risk. I will have partners. It is a long-term project. We have this for 22 years. We need to have a long-term view. My recommendation is to see that from day one is how to gain in the democratization. We see that as something very good, because in the case of this bonus that we will convert with the shareholders to allow us have a rate that may be attractive for those who are receiving and also attractive for those for us, and the opportunity for us to convert them into actions in year 10 is a very innovative thing, and we believe our question and recommendation is that we may strengthen the opportunities and the weaknesses and threats of the project. These projects are complex, but we have also lots of opportunities and many threats that we manage on the topic in the planning. So we may have projects with less risk, more return, and that may be more sustainable in the long run, which is the key for those projects. They must be sustainable and they must remain for quite some time, because that's the only way for us to conceptualize and make everything profitable. Thank you very much, Carlos. Since the initial step of identifying the project, considerations that are important. Wilson, back to you. During our previous conversation in the panel, you said something that raised interest. I would like to ask about how the board of Cavin is involved, and how do you assess this process of regulation of the interested parties, and also from the financial point of view, what is the type of connection that we have? We have acceptance targets of the communities, of the social alliances to operate, linked to the bonus of the high management. Our CEO and our field employee, we all have this target of reaching 80% of approval of the communities where we are. We had an annual research where we operate, and this indicator comes to the variable remuneration and sustainability index that we develop. And what we do to reach this, I said in my first participation on the impact, and then we talk about the positive potentialities. As of this diving into the territory, we develop a 4-line of social programs that includes this participation of the government and the stakeholders, which is an education program, family agriculture, solid wastes that help the municipalities to be according to the national policy of solid wastes, and then the program I mentioned with more details of supporting the planning of public management. These 4 major programs today are in 50 municipalities of our base, the larger, most impacted municipalities, and all that is part of an agenda that we developed at Cavin for the strengthening of the sustainable development objectives. For each one of them, we have actions and programs that all companies may or part in the construction, since the issues linked to gender equality, the waste, we have zero emission in 2030, 95% of waste that are reused. Our target is to go to zero. and then our social acceptance has this acceptance. And I usually say, we know every day we are getting this approval because we operate 24/7. We are in 95 municipalities. If we operate now at this moment, it is because the community accepts us, they authorize us, and they give us this permission. So I'm sure we're in the right path, and that will feed answering about the strategy. This is in our corporate risk matrix. For you not to have today social actions, social projects, if you do not mitigate or get to know the very impacts, it makes your activity of high risk. Many times it is by itself, but you not having this diagnosis, you potentialize this risk. In our case, we're able to keep them controlled and operating with the social license. We heard the trust, interested parties. Many of those factors have a qualitative characteristic, which is difficult to quantify. How you transform that into impact for business, how that can help. One of the topics of the conference is the impact. I'd like to request Lincoln to help us understand how, from the perspective, you have been able to measure the impacts of this initiative as part of a way of assessing the success of your strategy of relationship with the stakeholders. Thank you very much for the question. Before, it is necessary to clarify this one thing. This is very important. When we talk about an electric group, we talk about different business lines. So we work in the generation, production of electricity, distribution, to final customer, and also services of the added value that we can provide, trying to lever up the final products. The distinction here, when we talk about reducing the impacts, we have a same base methodology, but the indicators, the measurements that are made in the different projects and the different business line are different, for sure. So we can try and look for what Carlos just mentioned with the climate residency. We are trying at this moment to find a major focus is trying to look for measures to improve the climate resiliency by means of projects that may be developed in the electric power company, the utility electricity company. So we can say a project of renewables, we can measure that in a relation with the communities that may benefit from the percentage of hiring local labor, generating benefit for the city, and a smaller level of risk when you have many employees at a construction site with many people from out of the city, making a pressure on the city that may generate risks of money, time additional to the process that is being developed. Understand how those processes of shared value, the indicators and business performance. So I believe this is key. Generating income is important, social inclusion is important, but in order to show the shared value with the business, it's very important to measure, continue the measurements on how the project is impacting the operational performance. Either a new solar or hydropower plant or some distributor asset. Another example, pretty quickly because of the time, distributor, we had extreme events. In the city where we are, as Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, we have many social vulnerability areas. And then unfortunately, we have the presence of a parallel power. With our network of community leaders, we may filter to do the maintenance work, and this way, with the reparation of the failures in the communities, so they may have back the supply of electricity and the operational performance of the company, that it may not be affected, and then it has generated fines and other financial compensation because of the event. Two examples that are very quick. We have other examples that we could share that shows the impact of this relationship with the communities and the stakeholders. Local stakeholders that influence, shape, and affect the operational performance of the company. So doing this link and show how the data of the very organization are, how this impact takes place, it's fundamental. Thank you very much for this. A link that goes from qualitative or quantitative, it's very strong. Judy, we finished our lecture, our conversation with you. I would like to listen from you a little, reflecting a little on what we have heard. What were the main challenges in your case to get how the cooperative faces this relationship, how it has done with their strategy, and also share your lessons if you had to reflect in 2 or 3 characters that are important or that you would tell the others to take into account. Well, to start, I guess it's very important the whole work that was done in the territory, but for Santa Anita Cooperative were 3 ways. I talked about social inclusion. We considered the language and the very people of the territory. That's why we incorporate the people to be part of the productive processes in the cooperative. But we also found it difficult, the education, the peoples and nationalities, we still have a very small education indexes. So there, we established partnerships for the formation process of social organizations with a part of the state and for sure with the academia. But it is a process with the academic, but a process that takes years. It's not out of a sudden. The part of the reciprocity of giving and receiving means to have transparency, and that implies some work in the governance, in the governability of those who are ahead. From Quechua community, we have a community assembly program that means the dimensions of the territories and the decisions are made collectively, and that was sent to the cooperative as well. It is used by the cooperative. That's why all those spaces I am mentioning now have been a process, and it is a source of inspiration. And for sure it has made changes. For sure there will be other territories with other dynamics. But I say this one thing which is very important. The communities, the territories we are not actors, we are subjects, and that's why at the place where we are, we must be part of the processes of production, of commercialization, economic initiatives. Why? Because at the moment we develop and listen to the voices like me here, it means we are doing something that works out for the future, not just now. May I say something in Quechua? Speaking her native language. It means it's interculturality. I am you, you are myself. We will see that in a general manner. Thank you, dear lecturers. I hope you may be examples for the other country. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Leo, miembros del panel.
Thank you very much, members of the panel. Thank you for the discussion. We know they have a very important role in the involvement of the stakeholders. So thank you very much for this intervention. Now to English.
We are going to discuss how businesses can leverage technology. Now the topic here is technology. How business can leverage technology to find effective solutions to pressing sustainability problems, challenges. So the name of the panel is Enhancing Competitiveness Through Sustainable Digital Transformation. So I'd like to invite all the members of the panel, moderated by David Brogeras, Head of Digital Transformation Advisory Services at IDB Invest. So let's welcome to the members of this panel.
Boa tarde a todos. Prazer estar aqui.
Good afternoon, it's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to congratulate you, not just for the event that has been incredible, it has been very enriching, but also because of the quality of this stage. One of the most beautiful I have seen. Congratulations for the organization. It's very, very beautiful, the whole visual identity. It is indeed very beautiful. My name is Renato Soro. I am the CEO of the Crypto, major partner of IDB. CBM. We are here today to talk in this panel about technology and how technology may help the sustainable finance. Well, so to get started, our panel will be in Portuguese and Spanish. So whoever has the availability to take the translator, it's a good time to do it. We will approach some topics from the perspective of the market, products, business, such as regulation, funding agency, exactly how technology may help the whole sustainability, the whole sustainable finance market by means not just here in Brazil, but also in Americas. And I always like to talk a little about the importance of new technologies, such as blockchain, that was mentioned in other panels, a possibility for us to use this technology to use an inclusion and a democratization of markets that are so prosperous. So when we see the capital market in Brazil, there is a major potential. In Brazil, we have a major capability of being one of the main exporters in the world, even though it is a market that is a little more difficult to be accessed by small and medium companies. And then an interesting thing we saw was the evolution of blockchain technology is exactly the green finance making it possible for the companies to have a simpler and easier access to those products of ours. So here today, we'll be talking a little not just about this technology, but we're going to be talking about the incentive to several others, such as, for example, some artificial intelligence and other initiatives that today are ongoing here in Brazil. So to get started around, I will ask my friend Carol. Carol, if you could please start the first round. Let us know who you are, what is the overview of what's the profile of your company, and give us some initial insights for our conversation, please. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, IDB, for the invitation. I've been here since the morning. The quality of the discussion. I am Carol. I am at NBC as Vice Chair for Impact. And when I talk about Invisa, I have always to add that everybody knows us. We are the company that does the operation of Itaú Bikes. I'm sure either you saw or tried our bikes of Itaú, purchased for many years. The Uber Mobility, besides other sponsors that we have, but obviously Itaú is the major sponsor we have today. In other cities and countries in Latin America, we count on others, including the opening video before the day. I don't know if you realize manufacturing of bikes in some parts of the video was our factory here in Manaus. And then we had the sponsorship of Estácio University, which is another company that is with us in Florianópolis. So it's nice, the invitation to talk about technology. When I look at the bike, we just imagine it was very simple. And it's important to show that even in a bike that is a very old engineering, it's existed for quite some time, even though we can talk about technology in relation to it. So over the panel here, we intend to bring on how we have used the blockchain for the technology of our bikes and also for the relationship we have with our users now by means of carbon credit. So I guess it's going to be very nice to discuss this with you, and thank you very much. It's nice. David, please, your presentation and initial insights, please. Thank you, Bernardo. Truth is, it is an honor to be in this scenario. We're going to be talking about the three next today, about the sustainability. I am responsible for the digital transformation for clients and markets. It's been 25 years I am developing technology connected to the sector to improve the business and the innovation that will promote the flexibility of the client through improvement of the productivity, the expertise and the simplicity of the processes through a better risk management. What we want is to use it, transform it with a transformation, making good decisions, so the clients will have this strategy in the sustainability. I hope it may be key for our clients from the point of view what we understand, what we can provide in sustainability. We see an integrated management. It is a key moment in this asset of safety, which is an agenda of transformation, which leads to sustainable management that we're talking in the panel. The idea is that we are able to promote initiatives with the customers that respect the environment, look for social inclusion, but that they may improve their competitiveness. Thank you. Please start our first round. Bring your perspective and initial insights. Thank you, Bernard. I'd like to thank IDB for the invitation, for being represented. I am America Tafi. I am the director responsible for treasury innovation. It has everything to do with innovation. I am also the director of Itaú. This is my main work, where I take care of products, and with the support of IT, technology is embedded and included in all that. I guess the insight when I think about digital transformation, and we are talking about sustainability here. Some years ago, I started studying this word of blockchain that Bernardo knows very well. He started talking about it here. It went through talking, it goes beyond the Bitcoin that we hear of. It's just one of the possible currencies. And I started understanding what was behind the technology. And then linking to business transformation, digital transformation, making the true transformation, not just digitalize the process. The head of the leaderships of the companies and business must be aware of what technologies can provide, so this can fit your business combination and do a true transformation. When I look at combining the financial market, capital market, all we have of financing, regardless of technology, capital market, it does not do the intermediation. João Pedro next year is going to be talking to us in this capital market, and the technology of the blockchain will allow us this intermediation that is even stronger, which is to make the cost of the process short, and then they'll get to more people. Now it's at the top of the pyramid. So the insight is, when we think about digital transformation, think about how to combine the technology and business view for us to do transforming things, take advantage of the opportunities and not just digitalize the process that already exist. That's perfect. Let's explore that. Let's talk about blockchain. Let's talk about regulation, then bring this initial step, Daniel Maeda. Please, the presentation and the insights at this round. Thank you, Bernard. To you and all of you. Initially, I'd like to thank you for the invitation, the chance of being here, talking to you about our house, being a regulator of the capital market in Brazil, what goes on our mind, how we think about the system. Our president is here with us, and it starts. The future is green digital. How we were blessed to have the opportunity to talk, and then how they connect the green and digital. So this is very nice. I hope I may help contribute. Some may be asked, what is the regulation doing there? Talking about technology, about ESG. Do they regulate the technology? This is a fair question. CVM does not regulate technologies. It doesn't impede the market participants to use this or that technology naturally. It's true. But we are interested in follow-up and fostering the use of technologies, the innovation by means of technology, for relation linked to our institutional mandate. CBM always lived with dilemma. The regulatory dilemma of dealing with three variables that never talked or never talked. All in our regulation has to do in providing more security to the investor, providing more transparency, and at the lowest cost possible. And obviously, up to technology coming as a mass tool. When we fought for one, you had to leave another one aside. Let's request more transparency, more safety. Let's reduce the cost of the product, make it more accessible for the retail investor. Let's leave aside some level of information or robustness. It was always very difficult. That's interesting how technology indeed is a tool that does the three at the same time. It is able at the same time to improve the transparency of products and services, improve the security at the control level and trustworthiness of this product and service, and reduce the costs associated to this product and service. So this is a type of tool that is interesting, institutional to CBM, that maybe is more used and level of products and business in capital market, because again it delivers everything CBM tries to find with its regulation. It's a little of the why of being here in this panel with you and discuss those two topics that are nice to hear. The digital transformation, how it comes in social, environmental, and SG, because it has everything to do with the institutional mandate of our house. Great, the future is green, digital. This is a statement we have always supported in all our missions and approaches. This is an inspiring statement. It sets and classifies the market where we live. This transformation, we see it happen. And there is at this point that I'd like to ask you your view on how has been the adoption of new technologies, artificial intelligence, blockchain, by the adoption by the companies and platforms for the creation of solutions for the market. How do you see this advance over the years, and how you think you have a trend in that sense? I believe you can start answering your question. Explain in a very simple way for you to understand why it is digitally sustainable. This is the innovation, the value chain, and processes national that may support. There must be three characteristics that must be respected of the environment. They must defend social inclusion, and besides that, when we respect the environment and the solutions, and it has to try and find, among other things, go with the energy that comes from the renewable sources. And then the solutions for the use of products guided for production, they are much more efficient depending on each industry, the raw materials we use, the design, what's going to be the much more efficient composition to have less contamination. Residues, what are the types of residues we will recycle, where can we put them, and the reduction of carbon emissions, so it may be accurate and the capture of emissions to have the lowest impact for the environment. These are initiatives with topics when we talk about respecting the environment. This morning, our economist, he held a very good presentation, and he said artificial intelligence will be strong for everybody, and he explained between 20 and 40% in 1 to 3 years, they will be replaced by technology. This is something we should be aware of. This is an issue on how we can lever up the presentations, and we have to do that. We have to form a new technology on how to work in a collaborative manner when they did not exist and when they were all viral to the public. And then the common part, which is very important, if we're not capable of improving the productivity of our cooperative companies in the region, it's not going to work. It's a red line talking about the different regions with 0.06% in an area of opportunity that is major for the sustainable formation. If we are capable of having the same growth from the productivity point of view, we may have multipliers. These are the numbers and the opportunities we have. And now, what are the technologies? It has been overcome on those who don't have social media or cell phone, who don't work permanently connected to the internet. So when we go deeper on what we did, we can see that in December last year we had a digital transformation for financial inclusion with the 40 countries and banks, neobanks, financial and corporate institutions. We identified 86% when we see the use. It's 80% of the companies that participate in the study, they used it for the improvement of the process, which is a major improvement in the technology of countries. They didn't take into account what we're living the last 5 years. 2 new ones, which are blockchain and assets, which is a fundamental element in having solution and non-transference in low cost that allow us to have a relationship of trust and artificial intelligence that we have heard for the last 8 to 10 years, more and more use. We talk about artificial intelligence, that's the true change, and then we will see how we change the positions, our tasks, and we don't have that many points of work. In a way, people have solutions adapted to artificial intelligence with most of the current jobs. We have to understand, we must anticipate actually and take that in account to prepare to what is to come, both in blockchain and artificial intelligence that we're doing. And I told Erika, we developed a solution of the IDB group to relax this platform in the blockchain. It allows in a simpler way to make reference to the market. We have more than 10 partners in this network and going for the blockchain, which is fundamental for the use of data. And then there is a solution and then what we try to understand that we are working based on solution with artificial intelligence and the models that take to precision to avoid the issues we have on a daily basis. It has to do with gender, social mission. So we have a movement where we have just in a dominant way, where we have to be very proactive when we do a regulation. So this is blockchain, artificial intelligence. This is another issues are gigantic. Very interesting. I enjoyed the part when you talked about operation blockchain, artificial intelligence, the very network that is being built. Now I'd like to talk to Carol and Eric. For us to go a little down, let's talk about business and the project available. So Carol, I'll start with you. When we go down and make this more tangible, what are the projects that you have been working on, that you have seen? And it's going to be in the same line a question to Eric. Well, since 2018, we have looked at the issue of carbon credit generation. And why did we start doing that? We basically started doing that to get in this world of token and blockchain to understand how it works. And that's a way for us to follow the evolution of this market. Not all, because it's impossible. As David said, it somehow will go on that to bring more technology to our system. And then basically we have a huge opportunity, because when we incentive a person to use a bike or in his whole journey, it is replacing a means of transportation, probably the combustion it used before, either bus or car. And when the person does that, and that by means methodology that we developed there, we are able to prove X% of the people who used our bike replaced it with a sustainable one, we are able to generate this carbon credit. Here in a summarized manner, but it's extremely complex and technical. And that's possible, but now, basically because our bikes, they have a GPS. So I can know exactly where those people went to and how much they moved, and by the demographic data, we take parameters of use of means of transportation, and we're able to replicate that in the methodology. So the time we do that, we are able to quantify by this perspective the impact of this replacement. We know not everybody can do that. Not for all journeys it's possible. But we work to clarify to people why we work on that. The impact of that is huge. So it's a quick data. For example, in São Paulo, we have the information that the average of people per car is 1.2 people. So you have there a huge modality occupying a space that is very inefficient to take one person. Then we have another data, 60% of the ones made in São Paulo, it is with up to 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers, if you take especially the electric bikes that we have today, of course there are many ways it's possible to do it by bike on certain perspectives. We can advance to account because we have the dimension of use of the bikes, that if half of those people, 1/4 of those people who do 5 kilometers a day and that are alone in the car, if they use the part of the journey, the bike, we start looking at the economy of public health because of breathing issues, quality of life and stress, and then the technology at this point for us, when we talk about the GPS, mainly linked to the generation of credit, it starts helping us to exemplify to the people certain issues And then we have both society and the government. So just those GPSs in our bike, they also help us having a closer relationship. After all, our system is in the public areas. What are the most used ones? And then maybe we could invest in bike lanes. It is technology that we use for the very society. We have a major product that's being developed in the factory where you took a look at the videos at the beginning. Great. It is very a creative solution. We are talking about the use of the technology here, manufactured here, for something creative that generate a business. Generate a new way to see how it would be in our sustainable universe. When we see the financial market, the capital market is a little more stuck. You talk about token and blockchain, that they may bring benefits. Something I believe we talk a lot about that, how we can have a more dynamic market, how we can have a more inclusive and democratic market, more accessible by means of token. Let's talk a little about the projects you're working on and observing when we involve the use of technology, especially blockchain. It's more difficult to explain than the use of the bike. And by the way, bike and financial market are not names that go together well. It goes to pyramid. But I can see several analogies, as Carol was mentioning. This transformation, we so-called this transforming the company into a company of data. What do we do with all those information? You can talk to the incorporator and say, well, there are more people living here, built here. I guess there are lots of things for us to make the analogy, but I will focus on an example and try to make it very tangible and easy to explain in the financial market that already exists. When we talk about that sentence, we talk about the future is green and digital, which is an inspiring sentence, and there is another one that is funny about blockchain, which is a problem, which is a solution trying to find a problem. And I guess we've been through that phase. I'm going to give you an example that is pretty practical. It does exist, it's tangible, and everybody can understand that. You take it, and it has to do with sustainability as well in the world of finance. One of the major pains of the small and medium companies today is how they will finance their working capital. Then you have the banks to finance that, but the access to the capital market is something more painful, more difficult because of their size. And they end up leaving aside products such as receivables, discount, duplicated discount with some arrangement with the banks. Sometimes when it's larger with FIDIC, which is the credit right fund, that makes this working capital finance. When they get this capital market access, they have a permanent source of financing. Then sustainability, this context I'm bringing of sustainability of the company, and then all its social impact, a more sustainable company generates more jobs, more investment, etc., etc. When we look at those small companies, they will hardly ever have access to a FIDIC, which is heavier structured, it's more complex. You have to hire the administrator, a manager. There is a series of things that are important that MAI is trying to regulate here, but it has a certain cost. And then we have TGIC, which is a brother cousin of FIDIC, which is the token of investments and credit rights. And it goes through the transformation that we're talking about, to think about how to solve a pain, how to solve a problem using technology, and then it blockchain fit into it. And that's why I just mentioned at the very beginning, it is a technology that if it's well structured, it's cheaper. It is a technology that provides more transparency, so the regulator will be able to have all those information in there. And linking that to the difference of digitalizing a process and making the transformation, I can simply take FIDIC token it, and then after CVM regulates, I can sell that from one to other. I can do everything. The problem is that I'm not doing anything different. I'm just talking. The cost of FIDIC is still there. When it is the TGIC, I bring intelligence into the contract, the smart contract. you know well, and in that smart contract, I almost replicate the regulation of the fund in that smart contract. And I say, well, you can buy bonds from companies with this characteristics from this sector and from this tier rating. Those who are buying that token, they know what's going to be bought in a revolving situation, so that first duplicate is overdue. The very token will find another one. You don't need a manager, you may decrease the cost of liquidation, may decrease the cost of administration of everything. And then you're able to access smaller clients and make the so dreamt democratization of the capital markets. So this is sustainable financing with the use of technology. You have fit the blockchain into the life of the company and you brought to more people this benefit of the long-lasting funding. I guess that's a classical example that there is in the market. We as Itaú Bank, we have bought. The regulator is always helping. Either you can complement a few things here. We didn't talk a lot here today, but we always say that because this is true. The Brazilian regulators, CVM and Central Bank, they are in the forefront of the discussion of technology applied to finance. And that's an advantage Brazil has, which is huge. Besides the advantage we have of geographically, where we are sitting in the middle of the Amazon forest with all the benefits you have here, you have today in Brazil lots of technologies in the regulator that understands about the topic and helping work positively for us to fit all this story, how to make technology, how to help for sustainable finance, and even sustainable from the environmental point of view. There are things to be done here for us to get into this chain of producers. We can make contracts that may be ecologically correct and then create investments that are ecologically correct with the use of the applied technology in the sustainability concept. I guess that's a classic example. Another more provocative we are talking today, as a BIM especially, is in the capital market infrastructure. I guess for us again, we will use the word transformation many times. For us to evolve, we must transform. And transform is learning from the past, but evolve into the future in a different manner, quicker, faster, and more transparent, which is what the finance needed. When we look at the blockchain, Maeda said something there. He had the three banners: low cost, transparency, the regulator close, being the governor of what is happening, or the oracle that sees everything that is happening in that blockchain. So in Brazil, you have, with this regulated environment that is more friendly, you have a series of token companies that are making the assets a token. Each one is token it one way. It's nice from a certain point of view because you bring technology, you're going to keep on trying. But if no one has a standard and if each one is tokens one way, in the future we won't be able to have a secondary market of private credit, for example. And without the pulsing market, you don't have the primary, because without liquidity of the secondary one, the primary one is less important than it could be. And then this is a discussion on the 20th. Those who get into the website of Ambima, you will find it to watch. The Ambima Innovation Network, which is a network with several things in there. It talks about artificial intelligence and blockchain, and we will invite all the members of the market, regulators that are close to us. Central Bank and CVM is close at this journey for us to make with the market a unique network that will create a standard of token in the Brazilian market that will talk to DEX. If this is the vein of the human body, DEX is the body, will provide the fluidity for the digital world. So this network we will make, I can see that in the future being the major infrastructure behind the market, making the cost cheaper provide transparency, more security, and then we do the top of the pyramid, access to the capital market being larger in both sides. The smaller investor, individuals will invest better, and the issuer will access pockets he cannot access to be more sustainable. Those are two examples I'd like to place here. One is very tangible, easy to explain, FDIC with low cost, and this blockchain network, which is being built in the market as a regulator. I guess in the future, we're going to be talking less, we're not even talking about token. 2 years ago, I said in 5 to 10 years. Maybe it's closer to 10, but we are taking long steps, and at some moment we're going to see that exponentially happening, and you're going to see all this market getting token. It's a great initiative, the capital market, when we make the democracy using technology. Today we have serious problems in terms of funding. The use of technology, it's very important for us to access that in a simpler, easier manner, having this inclusion. So we brought the case of the capital market, and that's just an incredible idea that has been carried out. On the 23rd we'll be there. We support this initiative. This is very important, and I guess by bringing this, the future is green and digital. We have new initiatives that look at the capital market and bring the capital market. We are in the carbon market as well. And information, even in order to make it tangible. Whenever we hear the sentence the future is going digital, I can do the provocation in the association. We are 100% digital, but what is the green? And then we, in this search, were able to compensate the carbon emission by means of carbon token or crypto, where you will there buy it, and then you will burn it. Burning is not the right word, but that would be the burning of the tokens that there would result in retiring carbon, fully automated, very close to what Apple mentioned in TGIC. So when we see this environment, this is a new environment under transformation. We see the capital market under transformation using the technologies. We have our regulator, two great regulators, I'm looking at them, Thomas and CVM, which have embraced the use of technologies and has tried to use it, incorporate to the market. This is very positive. Brazil is lucky enough, is fortunate for having two regulators that are committed to that. And I'd like to understand with you, in your view, what are the funding actions in order to help and accelerate? So maybe not in 10 years, as Mark said, but 2, 3 maybe. Well, there are many things indeed here in the pipeline of CVM. CVM always, as you mentioned, that we have a partnership even in this topic with the central bank, which is also very fruitful, generates many results. Many of the projects the central bank has effects and directly impact the capital market. As we mentioned, the threats, unfortunately, it was not this year. The project is in production, but with the tests and everything, it's a matter of time, and the capital markets may benefit from an ecosystem, interoperable initiative with the network, which will be launched soon, and where the resources flow by means of a true vital currency as a BDC. This is the economy we have for that. This is in the whole world. This is a project that is interesting because it levers up the idea of token. I guess our vocation, as I said here, I always remember this success, the very project of the central bank was in these last few years. If we had here this, for sure this project would have this, because the level of inclusion of financial inclusion this project brought for the Brazilian people is parallel, and millions of new people using our financial ecosystem, and obviously now with more direct access to possibilities of investment now that there is a bank account. We are learning how to deal with this mechanics of financing mechanism. So this is a very integrated work we have, and I guess some contributions that may be provided. Obviously, one of the major contributions I see is to be present. I think it's fundamental for us to follow it naturally, provide how clear it is, what are the ways that he may follow to get where they want to. It is positive, it adds value, it gives more democratization, universalization, etc. that we exploited here with more information, more control. For this tripod that we have, and then impede that may have a living blade. We have the product there. These are unparalleled projects in the capital market. You see the dynamic of the project happening. You mentioned the issue of the cost, but also you have the control, the additional safety, then the records, at least at the moment, is almost a dogma. The records in a distributed network, they cannot be corrupted. So that brings a fantastic level of competition that connects to SG. If you stop to think about the great dramas of SG today in the perspective of the investor, that you're trying to find investment, it is much more the trust, the comfort that the information is good than the numbers. It's curious to have an institutional investor. He is investing in mid-terms. You see all the numbers. Before asking yourself if those numbers are bad or good, he is worried about to know whether they are true or not. This is the famous greenwashing. Do you think there's a story here is really a story? How technology also brings punch, which is completely different. If, for example, we use the distributed technology of blockchain, etc., you bring a level of safety, of assertiveness, of trust for this information, and for this investor worried about this, you generate a system that will have no corruption because of the working logics. So I guess that's a major direct contribution that technology may provide for this lack of comfort that we know exists in the whole world in relation to greenwashing. Those information generating, is it okay? Actually, we today, because of the technology, a new context, how it works, it is an excellent the telemetry, georeferencing, and then we can get to know all the reality in a level that we can, because we know the impact on the social issues, the ecosystem that you work, environment, etc. The technology is adding a lot in the analysis of those data. If you go to the second layer, I am getting much more data than I could some time ago. Besides that, today you have a capacity of analysis. Those data there are superior. Artificial intelligence generation, machine learning, etc. What's the result of all that? Now the manager, either an open company regulated by CVM or not, or even the investment fund, which is much more assertive. This is SG, for example, and also because of that, because it avoids greenwashing, results I mentioned here are the results that are in line with the objectives institutional objectives CVM has to guarantee more transparency, more control, more security, more cost, more assertiveness in the information, as I mentioned, for the investor at the end. Of course, here in our case, what is interesting is the investor, but naturally all stakeholders benefit from that. So being present for me, I guess, is the key word because these are topics of major institutional interest by CVM in working with those projects. It naturally show the ways for the market to get there. I understand that there's discomfort when we talk about innovation. CVM has never seen that, regulators never saw that. We are not, don't be afraid, talk to us, sit at the table, let's talk, even if there is a regulation, it's always open to discussion. Given coming from technology, and then remember the case of the infrastructure. The infrastructure has been impacted by the emergency of these new technologies, and that's okay, let's talk about that. That is no problem. What makes no more sense, it will have no more sense, and then we will forecast that. We have no problem about that in changing regulation, even if that will be better for the ripening of this market. My friends, Daniel, in order to close, there was not even one time when we did not look for a conversation, and that was not a point that we were not welcome. And we made a deep analysis and a deep understanding of this. I guess we are in very good hands when we talk about funding this. We have with the capital market. My friends, time is up. I'd like to thank Carol. Carol, thank you very much for today's panel. Thank you very much for today's panel. Eric, thank you very much. Eric and David, very much for today's panel. This is it, my friends.
Muito obrigada, Bernardo, os demais membros do painel. Excelente discussão. E agora a gente vai para um diálogo mais curto, um fireside chat, moderado por Morgan Doyle, representante do BID no Brasil. E eu gostaria de convidar ao cenário também João Pedro Nascimento, presidente da Comissão de Valores Imobiliários, Zeca Doherty, CEO da Ambima, e eles vão dialogar sobre o caso do Brasil na liderança dos mercados de capitais. Sejam bem-vindos.
Tu já imaginou? Bom, first, thank you. Is there a microphone, please?
Bom, boa tarde a todos e a todos.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Mordo. I have the honor of being the representative of IDB Group in Brazil. I have the responsibility of moderating this panel with two major capital markets that are really fundamental tools for discussions here in Brazil. João Pedro Nascimento, the chair of the Bonds Commission, and Zeca, chair of the Brazilian Association of Entities of the Financial Markets and Capitals Ambima. I am very happy to welcome you and help with this panel because it is a tool that is fundamental, and we are here with two of the major guardians and also promoters of greener and greener the sustainability in our capital market. For an IDB who have a work of sustainable, we have supported important projects related to sustainable finance in Brazil. It's even more interesting. We work together with the state actors to implement framework for sustainable emission, Banco do Brasil with Caixa, Nordeste Bank, and even with the National Treasury. Rules for the emission, and then the environment. And we also, and then the first multilateral bank to provide a financing tool that will pay the companies for reaching objectives related to its the KPIs. The IDB climate, which links biodiversity to climate change. But we're here because we know that climate change will help make us change the way we do and finance business. And that's why the capital markets that are so developed in Brazil is an important asset to lever up this transformation and in order to change the carbon emission routes that affects our climate. We know it's absolutely urgent to increase the level of investment and then the financial support according to the Sustainable Finance Group, so G20, this year with the Brazilian president to reach the carbon lack of emission. It's necessary to have investments or 3 to 4 trillion dollars. It's almost 200 billion only for Brazil. It's 1 trillion reais. To reach reduction, it will not come. It will never happen if it's not by what they have present. And those capitals are fundamental to speed up and scale up the investments. This is the topic of our conversation. So for us to debate on that, I will request you to try and ask several ping-pong questions. First of all, a question to Zeca. Zeca, as it was discussed today, Brazil has a potential we are highlighting in the transition agenda for a green inclusive economy. It has been a very strong agenda in this area, in that sense. And Brazil with G20 and with COP next year, we are really in this leadership. What's the role of Ambima to scale up and help reach the transition to a sustainable commission, and what have been the central elements of the delivery of Ambima in that sense? Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, thank you for the introduction. I'd like to thank IDB for the invitation, for this opportunity here to be talking about Ambima activities, and congratulate IDB for this event. This important event here in Manaus, where we gather finance with green and all the challenges. So congratulations and thank you very much for the opportunity. Going to your point, usually the potential of Brazil and Brazilian capital market to finance green economy is huge, it's gigantic. We at Ambima is the Brazilian Association of Capital Market. We have two major activities, one as an association and the other one as a self-regulating organization where we work in a major partnership with the CVM, with the mobiliary values and other regulating organizations as well. What is our role related to the sustainable finance, to the finance of a green economy? Ambima has been working as a catalyst between the market agents, the banks, the investment banks, the brokers and managers and the investor. When I say catalyzer, I'm saying we have a journey of several initiatives. It isn't something, it isn't a project that has beginning, middle, and end. We started our journey almost 10 years ago, 2014, 2015, where we had a major discussion on how Ambima could be working in the sustainable finance of the principal ESG and on and on. And in order to avoid wrong actions, now let's do this because we like this. We started doing some research on maturity of the Brazilian capital market in relation to the principles of ESG, in relation to the sustainability of activities of the green finance. This year is going to be the fourth research round. And what we saw over these 8-10 years, that it has improved in the market agents. Back there, it was like 10%, 15% of the entities of the market agents. There was some activity in the area, usually at the larger houses, major banks. What we see today of the last research of 2021, and then we have about 71% of the market agents. Engagement is not everything, but this is some things that we see as evolution, and we have a major expectation, so we will be growing this number, but over the next year we're going to have something that is better. But looking at this research, we started a series of initiatives. The first one was training the professionals of the capital market. We included SG in all our certifications. In all our environmental programs of the investor, we had the ISG because Daniel Maia was saying at the other panel, this issue of greenwashing and everything, this has a lot to do with the culture. The professional is prepared to avoid greenwashing and on and on. So we included this for some time. We launched the 2 guides of good practices for the industry of funds and management that ended up in a denomination SG for the Brazilian funds. Now we have around 90-some funds with US denomination or integrated, but at the end of the day, ESG funds that even help the CVM do its very ESG regulation related to the investment funds. We prepared the ground for the regulator to work. Most recently, we launched a guide of green provision. It was inspired, let's say so, in an European guide by ICMA, which is a sister association of Ambima in Europe. And then what is good about inspiring on that is that you will correct some things or improve them. Improve some things. So we launched a guide. And then you have this last year. We have around 37, the last number. 37 green offers that follow the coordinators. And then the one guide of green offers. And then we launched the Sustainability Network, as Eric mentioned, the Innovation Network. We have a network of sustainability where we get the capital market agents with experts in sustainability. Because they are not experts in sustainability, it is a moment and environment where we discuss, where we come together and determine advances for the capital market. Thank you very much. I guess it touched on something that we highlighted, that I'd like to highlight. Ambima and CVM has a major partnership. Zach mentioned this joint work of preparation for João Pedro to take and apply. And indeed, this partnership is something very powerful. And then I had to take the thing of the work that was commented by Zaka to position at Brazil in this wider environment because of having the regulation, Resolution 193, that has the highlighted positioning in the framework that sustains the emissions of green economy. Because besides that, I know it has a relevant work that is challenging. The same thing that have to do with the support of ANBIMA, those rules may be objective and practical. So I'd like to ask you, João Pedro, we have the honor of being partners in LAB, which is a test bed for this sort of thing. What has CVM done in the sense of regulating the market in general? Good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to thank for the moment of the talk at this important meeting, the Sustainability Week organized by IDB in the heart of the Amazon. I'd like to celebrate the fact that the CVM was here in 2022. We planted the seed of this beautiful tree that grew from there to now, and take this context here to value everything we have grown and developed over these 2 years of consistent deliveries in the sustainable finance agenda and the green economy. First, I'd like to say the support of IDB and LAB. The LAB works as an environment of innovation in which the IDB is the sponsor of CVM for us to establish our permanent dialogue, engagement with private sector. Resolution 93 is very important because it highlights Brazil in the world scenario. Brazil was the first country in the world to internalize in its regulation the rules for the sustainability report on climate change control after the approval made by IOSCO, which is the International Organization of the Capital Market Regulators of the world. CVM was the first country to do that in a voluntary manner, not to include more regulatory burdens to the emitters in an agenda of awards, encouraging the investors to follow that direction. 193 is absolutely a forefront. There have been many international recognitions for CVM. It's curious to see this was produced in Portuguese and English because the version in English has served as a reference, especially for the countries of Global South. Those who were at the meeting, you saw the space of conversations CVM got. And then we're very happy with all of this. But I'd say 193 is the tip of the iceberg. We have other consistent deliveries. I can see here our superintendents of guiding investors in sustainable finance, Natalie Vidal, together with Michelle. There are few servers, so we must be very active for us to deliver what the market deserves. And they have done a great work that deserves all the recognition from all of us. It's beautiful to say this is a set of coordinated initiatives. Planning is fundamental to reach the intended objectives. So I invite you to get to know the action plan of CVM for sustainable finance. Google it and you will find in our website. When I hold my presentation to PowerPoint, there will be a QR code for you to go there, but I don't have them today. So we're going to have the recommendation here. But besides Resolution 193, we have a relevant delivery in Resolution 175, which is the resolution for the whole regulatory framework of the investment funds. And looking at the director Lemoeda here in Brazil, probably he is the one who knows better the funds industry. I always tell him Resolution 175 is the Revolution 175. We consolidated 39 rules in the framework, general rules, complemented by the regulations for each of the fund category. 175 has been sustainability issues, fighting greenwashing, controls the use of technology, ESG, green technology, and other issues like this, CVM is going into a concrete direction to bring sustainable finance to the capital market, because we believe that besides being desirable, beautiful, and richer, it is an agenda of good business opportunities for Brazil. That's great. Thank you, João Pedro. Thank you very much. So from this world of regulation, prospective regulation looking at the future, placing Brazil in the level of global leadership, I'd like to get back to you, Zach, to talk a little about the learning from the other part, the self-regulation of funds, and also what are the next steps you see in relation to self-regulation sustainable finance. The learning were major in this journey. They are being, every day we learn more. I see a lot in the part of investment fund and management. We were based to create the denomination ESG. We were based in some international benchmarking, in European guidelines. We also looked at the American market. We were discussing it, and then we were able, major learning was creating a self-regulation that will then help the very regulation to work on it. A little what JP mentioned, without making the industry stuck. You see, for example, in the American market, there is a trend when you talk about ESG funds, of determining ESG fund must invest up to 80% in ESG assets. It's very beautiful, but it's not easy, and you end up making it stuck, and we stop the business. So we were based on that in this learning, and we created, for example, both in the part of the public health guide and the denomination, we created not just a denomination, but we introduced a concern to the culture of investment in ESG. So, for example, today a manager that will manage an ESG fund here, he must have an investment policy that will encompass ESG. It is a risk policy that must be there. It must be in his regulation, because there is no point in say I only invest on that and this is it. This is a major trap of the greenwashing or greenwashing if you go too strong on that. So we left some space for this learning and also for evolution. This is a journey. It started some years ago and it will continue. You said we need lots of investment for green finance, so there is no point trying to make it get stuck because you will not going to succeed. This is the major learn of the self-regulation. Thank you very much. It's interesting. Let's talk about the greenwashing and the greenwashing, but before that, I'd like to mention a sentence: the future is green and digital. When I was with you in Rio, and I guess when you were with me in Brazil too, so this is in effect a sentence. You have said that you would like to explain here to these qualified people what are the reasons that take you to this knowledge. I like sentences. Actually, I will just contextualize, because I am the chair of CVM, but I'm a professor. I am in love with my students in the academia. In the sense they communicate messages, the digital green future to show the capital market may grow into some directions that are specific. The first of them in a country with the vocation Brazil has are the sustainable finance and the green economy. When we look at the sub-representativeness of this agenda in a country with the characteristics of Brazil, as soon as I took office, I said this is something we will do, and I have been attacking that and getting very consistent results. In the digital, I was preceded by guys here who knows it from back and forth and who teach me a lot. So what I'd like to tell you is the crypto economy, the integration of all the agendas associated to the use of technology in the capital market environment is also a basket with many opportunities that are sustainable. What is always say too, when we think about Brazil is this: the capital markets are more and more global and integrated. A characteristic of the integrated global market is the compatibility, the interoperability, and the need for harmonization. Think about the discussions we have now in the world about the carbon market. The carbon market is going to be a global full market. Imagine if in Brazil the carbon credit originated by our emitters, if they were put into an envelope of carbon token. In the logics presented on receivables, you could also have one of carbon that could have the content of what is there. So the future is green digital, and say the future is here. The future has presented opportunity at the present. So we can see how Brazil managed to get this recognition. In sustainability, it's fair to say that in the digitalization agenda, we are also in the forefront. The relation exists between CVM and the central bank places us in a forefront position. Brazil already has a network in the open finance. I'll ask Morgan to invite me at another event to talk about the digital part. Otherwise, I will use the minutes. But CVM is working on consistency to continue this, showing the digital agenda is going fast. I fully agree. There is another set of futures here, but it's not distributed in a homogeneous way. There are some places where it got there before. But in this sense, you are in a business in a way of integrity. This is fundamental to guarantee integrity in the market, either in the private or public sector. Let's talk about greenwashing and the greenwashing, how to fight or impede those practices that happen and jeopardize the sustainable development. Is there any practice, any concrete suggestion to fight it? I'll pass it on to you. I guess we are in this role of fighting greenwashing and greenwashing, but I guess there is no silver bullet. That's a journey for you to make the omelette. You have to break the eggs. That's what we should understand. We will go through. We are going through greenwashing and greenwashing that happens to all industries. We have to understand we have this time ahead of us. I guess the way I see the best way for you to fight it, as we have been doing in the visa, is education, culture, ESG, for those who are there developing the product, for those who are selling it, that there may be the education, the knowledge of what they're doing. I guess that's fundamental. It doesn't happen in 24 hours. There is a whole work that is being done, and there will still be done. I guess the other fundamental point is information. Data for us to compare and then find out what the greenwashing is, and this is it. So we have a long way to go in this activity. This is in the center of your work: training, education, research, comparable information. You are indeed contributing in that sense. Integrity, before talking about greenwashing and greenwashing, there is something about integrity that is very important, this green network in the capital market. I'd like to remember Resolution 7.5, when it looks at the green asset in Annex 1, which is the fifth, with financial asset, the carbon credit. And then we should consider all carbon credit, or if at the first moment we should focus on carbon credit of the regulated mandatory market that in the case of Brazil, at the first moment of the CBIOs, the credits of decarbonization, there is specific law on that. We have the expectation that in the close future, the law on the carbon market will pass in our Congress, and then we can include that. But why did we focus on the regulated market first and not voluntary? For the integrity to meet Paris Agreement and to have a careful attention that we must assure the quality of the credits that are brought into the funds industry. So integrity for the capital market regulator, it is an important concept that you have to look beyond the sustainability agenda, the traditional concepts of the capital market. Going to greenwashing and greenwashing, I have a chair in UCD, and I have regular meetings with some regulators of the capital market in the world, and a forum on the topics that are discussed later on in that corporate governance committee. And one of the seniors of this group is a dear person who was the governor of the central bank in Sweden and a regulator of local CVM. And then he told me this greenwashing statement I talked to wrong. Marcelo, who is a communicator, he's behind all those statements that simply match. And then he said this one thing, the regulator from Sweden said that worse than the greenwashing is the greenwashing, when we do not talk a lot about greenwashing. Because the greenwashing has the idea that someone in a malicious manner is hiding, not doing something it was supposed to do. But not the greenwashing. The greenwashing is the person who has wishes to promote a positive agenda that we're organized to fulfill that. Concrete measures to transform that idea into an effective attitude. Those are two behaviors that should pay attention to. Otherwise, we're being deceived. Otherwise, we're promising objectives that will never be reached. This is important in this agenda of integrity, the sentence you got. I guess this view and this assertiveness of both has worked out for Brazil. Besides G20 occupies so much space in the international level. The Stability Board, OECD, indeed Brazil is leading a series of fantastic sustainable financial. Time is almost up, but I'd like to invite each one of you for on a final reflection on this panel in the sustainability and each one of its suggestions. It's with you, Zeca. I guess as a message to all of us, we as a BIMA and also CVM, we participate in several international forums. Either regulation, self-regulation, it was mentioned, we participated too. CVM is there, and what we see, and that sometimes for the people in Brazil or even in Latin America, we cannot show the image, the capacity of the Brazil capital market. I tell you very clearly, the capital market in Brazil today, the financial market, the capital market in Brazil today is very robust. It has a regulating framework that is very strong and resilient. It went through several crises without any problems in the last 20, 30 years, and besides all the resilience, this is very innovative. Here we are on the border. We see in the pin of the digital world, the sustainability. We are on the border of several areas in the capital market. We will not, we are not behind the developed markets. So my message is we're ready here as a capital market to welcome all those investments that we need for the development of the green finance and everything. So I am sure Brazil has a very solid capital market and prepared for that. So let's invest in Brazil. João Pedro, your final remarks. I'd like to leave a final Thanksgiving message to the whole highlight given to the CVM. It's place of talk, and these are the last seconds. I'd like to echo an important message. And this is a powerful tool to meet public policy, the sustainability agenda, go through private sector, and private sector should see the sustainability agenda, an agenda of awards, a positive agenda of added value, so we may provide a long-term relation between sustainability and the capital market. The capital market, it serves to generate the incentives necessary to pay back for the fulfillment of those commitments related to sustainability, to the control of climate change, the transition to low carbon economy, circular economy. CVM is engaged, providing its contribution for the country, which is inclusive, democratic, plural, and which sees in sustainability a way of generating business for our regions of the country. And this is available for CVM. I'd like to request a round of applause, because undoubtedly Brazil is in a position of leadership with sustainability in its market capital. These are assets that are very important to lever up the necessary investment. And then with BIM and CVM, I have no doubt we are in the best hands to go on with this agenda and follow this revolutionary trend and this growth that we need not just in Brazil. So thank you very much. It was great, this panel. Thank you very much for your discussion to participate and share with you guys here. Thank you, Mona, and other members of the panel. Now it's the end of the day. And as you know, just some logistics news on how we're leaving and going to the Opera House. When you leave the convention center, you'll see some signs of the hotels to which we have buses available to take you. We're gonna have buses to certain hotels. We're gonna have the signs with the name of the hotels, and also to Manaus, to downtown Manaus. The buses will pick you up at the hotels in 30-40 minutes. Leave your stuff there, and from there the bus will leave you to the theater, and then you can go to the cocktail at 9 p.m. Don't forget your wristband, because it's part of the cocktail. Thank you very much for this first day, and see you tomorrow.